All right. So here we are, live, back, back again. We're working on the legendary blueberry oatmeal. There, she's taking another bite. What will be the outcome? Yeah, go ahead. She has taken the blueberry oatmeal spoon in her hand and taken a bite. It's yummy. It's good for you. It makes you grow big. Yeah. So on this stream, if you've been following the book stream, which is a different stream from a Macarena stream, we're talking about environmental issues, um, public policy issues, and one of the things that we neglect is that the we well okay, like if you make up a story about what's going on, right, that's not true in any sense, and then you try to solve problems based on whatever lie you made up, like oh, we want everybody to be rich, we want everybody to have freedom, we want, actually, the United States doesn't really care about those things. I mean, from the sense of real policy or whatever, you know, you got to go to the major factors motivating what the country's about, and it's very similar to the British and the French empires. They built up an empire, and they were like, hey, we made some discoveries, or we stole some ideas from the Chinese and from India, and we could turn those into devastating weapons and kill everybody and steal everything. So most of the last couple of centuries is like, well, kill everybody and steal everything, right? Right now, we're killing everybody in Yemen. Uh, yeah, yeah, we don't want that, right? We want to make a change, right? But part of that, like when you want to maintain overwhelming power, right? You need, something that will convince people to be afraid of you, which, in the case of the United States, is all this military equipment and thermonuclear weapons, right? Nuclear weapons are like atom bombs. Thermonuclear weapons are much more powerful than atom bombs. An atom bomb is like a Ronson lighter that lights a hydrogen bomb, an H bomb. Right? So we have a lot of thermonuclear weapons. Now we can pretend like, well, okay, actually we're really messing up ourselves in our own country by producing a lot of thermonuclear weapons. And Russia too. Russia has established a fast flux breeder reactor program to integrate plutonium into their power production system. Otherwise, they're going to, just bankrupt themselves, right? They practically have bankrupted themselves, making nuclear weapons, which don't do anything, right? Except cause environmental problems and create tremendous costs and so on. So, um, in particular, in my part of the country, what we have is we have the Savannah River site, and this is a place where they make nuclear weapons. Used to. Well, they want to probably. I think they're trying to bring that back. But really, what you're going to do is you're going to make huge areas just like where you can't live there anymore, and it's just too costly, right? So for young people, I think a good thing to do is to begin to educate yourself early on the situation, because there's going to be some people that they're already retired, man. They left a big mess of nuclear waste, horrible nuclear waste for nuclear weapons production, up at the Savannah River site in Augusta or outside Augusta, uh, and it's a mess. Believe me. And it's going to cost billions of dollars just to keep it from leaking out and poisoning everybody. Billions. So you're borrowing against the future. You may be ahead right now on paper or something like that, but eventually, you're going to have billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars more cost dealing with nuclear waste, and we continue to produce nuclear waste, and nobody wants to take it because they know nobody knows what to do with it. Uh, I think, and I'm just getting back into this now. I hadn't been working on it in a long time. I was I kind of stopped doing it when I was in China because really that's not public business in China. You can't. Chinese people should be concerned about it, but they have to deal with that the Chinese way. They need very high level meritorious people. They have a meritocracy over there. They need really high level meritorious people to attack the problem of nuclear waste. Um, uh, the what Russia like did is most everybody gave up on having plutonium breeder reactors, right? Okay, plutonium is a fission product. It's like a neutron capture, I think. Um, it gets produced by nuclear reactors, right? And what you do, you take spent fuel rods and you dissolve them in acid, if you can imagine. A spent fuel rod is so radioactive. Arjun Makhijani put it this way. I was in a course with him, and he said, if Evel Knievel, showing his age, took a fuel assembly, a spent fuel assembly, and jumped his motorcycle over the length of it, like he put a ramp on one side and a landing ramp on the other side, and he jumped his motorcycle over it, he would have a lethal dose of radiation by the time he landed. That's how nasty these things are. Extremely, you start out with uranium, which is relatively 100% relatively innocuous. But when you assemble uranium together in those fuel assemblies, it's like copper tubes with bullets of solid uranium in filling up the tubes, right? And you put them in proximity to each other, and the neutron field that's generated causes all this fission to happen and produces new unstable isotopes of elements that you see in the periodic table. But they have lower stability than uranium. Uranium was much more stable. So for example, you produce a lot of cobalt-60. Cobalt, right? Like glaze, when you have blue stuff in your ceramics and stuff like that, it's usually cobalt. Um, but cobalt-60 is an unstable isotope of cobalt, and it decays. Its half-life is about 5 years, which means it puts out, your half-life of uranium is something like 4.5 billion years, which is like the age of the Earth, right? You don't have to worry about that. But cobalt-60 pours out radiation. It's got a half-life of 5 years, right? So extremely deadly radiation pours out of it. So nuclear fuel or whatever, you get a lot of that. And if you want to separate cobalt-60, there's all kind of chemical processes you do where you dissolve the spent fuel rods in acid, and then you do some chemical processes. And I'll go into this in more detail later. But can you imagine all the waste from that? It's chemically toxic metal, heavy metal toxicity waste. It's also been dissolved in acid. It's like a liquid sludge to get, and it separates out in layers. Like when you have cold milk and you try to mix in your Swiss Miss, and it makes a layer of Swiss Miss or whatever, right? It's just sort of like that. Sort of not like that, but sort of like that. It's kind of so they do that, separate plutonium. You get a bunch of plutonium, well, you can make a weapon, thermonuclear weapon, sure, you can do that, right? But if you got crap loads of this stuff, plutonium, right, what would be nice is what's called a plutonium breeder reactor. It's kind of a difficult, challenging thing. The character, with a different material you're working with there, the flux, which is the flow of the neutrons, is fast. It's faster, right? So breeder reactors are called fast-flowing reactors, or fast flux is what they're called. Fast flux breeder reactors, and they're called breeder reactors because by various ways you put plutonium mixed oxide or plutonium fuel assemblies into the reactor. You start the reactor up, and in the vicinity of these fuel assemblies, you put uranium, and it gets bombarded. Now, so as as you're running the reactor, the idea is you're producing plutonium in the reactor, right? Plutonium is in the fuel. Any neutron capture that you get in the fuel assembly is going to produce some plutonium, plutonium U-230, Pu-239, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. I'll check it again. But you should also check it. You shouldn't just trust me. This should be very simple pedestrian kind of stuff anybody can understand. All right, okay, so now you put this uranium material in proximity of fuel assemblies, and they get bombarded by your fast flux field or whatever, and they get plutonium produced in them, right? And then you're going to go and dissolve that in acid and separate the plutonium, right? So what you're doing is you're integrating nuclear weapons production type industry, integrating it into your power production system, which, yeah, yeah. I said this was going to happen when I was 12 years old, and I'm not that smart, right? There was a Wee magazine that one of my brothers had. It was like a girly magazine, right? You want to talk Pavlov's dog, right? We were supposed to, my brothers, when my mom would go, what are these girly magazines? They'd say, well, we read it for the articles, right? Right? So I had one. I was a little kid, maybe 10, 11 years old. I'm not sure. I'm going to find out one of these days. I'll find out which magazine it was. So Wee magazine. And it ran an article on all the problems of nuclear waste and nuclear power and stuff. And yeah, I read the article because I thought my brothers were saying to my mom, we look at the girly magazines for the articles. I was like, oh, you're supposed to read the articles. So I was reading the articles. But yeah, I looked at the pictures too. Yeah. They had good drawings. The article had no pictures. The article it had Karen Silkwood in it. It had all kinds of weird, it had the radium clock and all the when they didn't know the dangers of exposure to radiation. It had all those stories in it, and it had some of the problems of nuclear weapons and nuclear waste. I can't remember. I'd like to find it, but it was a life-changing thing because in a plain and simple language to a 11 or 12-year-old, I could clearly understand that a nuclear reactor could explode. Right? A simple way to characterize it is if 3 neutrons split 3 nuclei, carry that out on your calculator. Well, this is interesting. What I should do is I should get a calculator just to show how quick stuff will explode if things get out of hand with a nuclear reactor. Let's see. Calculator. Okay, so let's bring this up. Now, this is it's not, it could be much worse actually than what I'm saying here. Let's see. Make a big screen. Okay. See how that looks. Actually, I want to. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it down on the other screen. I'm not sure how that looked. It might have been really cool. Well, let me think about this. Yeah, I'm going to put it on this screen. All right. So here we go. Sweetie, look at this. We're going to do multiplication and see how many times we can multiply 3 by 3 by 3 until the calculator breaks. And okay, so 3 times 3. So this is a scenario. Did I get that? Oh, no. 3 times 3 equals, all right, 3 neutrons split 3 additional nuclei, right? Okay. And each one, and so you do it again. 27, that's 2. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Wow. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, the calculator can still handle it. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Ah, that's pretty big. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
I said, can you stop? I said, can you stop?
54.
Can you stop?
Wow, that's not very nice, dear.
I said, can you stop?
I stopped, dear. What did you want to see? Apparently she wanted to see something and I missed it. I can do it again. All right, take a break. I thought I think the older Windows calculators couldn't go that far.
You never talk to me.
Okay.
Why did you never talk to me?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you never talk to me with
I
the calculator?
I do talk to you there.
Why did you not talk with me with the calculator? I said stop.
Okay. Well, the thing was is Daddy was doing something, dear. Right? Sorry. So we can do it again.
No.
Yeah.
Are you gonna stay?
Would you like special super special
If we
surprise?
do it 100 times, the calculator will delete.
Yeah. Well, it won't delete. Actually, I'm not. Usually, it just gets an error, right? And I'm really impressed that I went to 54 is what I went to, which is 3 to the 54th power, and it was still handling that. But I assure you, a nuclear reactor.
If you do 100, what will happen?
Well, do you want to see?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Usually it just gets an error. It says error. It can't calculate a bigger number. Right. So everything's gonna be all right. Everything will be all right tonight. Boom, ba-da-dum, ba. Well, I don't know if it can make it to 100. I'll have to try it some other time when you're not watching, so you won't be upset. Because I don't know why you're upset. You wanted me to stop before at 100, but I'm not sure. All right, so that aside, let's I down here I've got the Sandia report 2005-4331 analysis of uranium dispersal and health effects using a Gulf War case study, right? You know they're gonna, with all the potential lawsuits and everything like that, that the government is gonna really be trustworthy, right? You can depend on them to use a case study that really tells you the truth. Yeah, because they have so many they save so many billions of dollars by not awarding, damages to people injured or killed by exposure to incredible doses of aerosol uranium 238. So they would never distort in any way, and but this is worth looking at. And we will look at it. And what these reports are is they're the offshoots of the let's see. There's where we left off. A review of the scientific literature as it pertains to Gulf War illnesses. How many Iraqis did they study? I wonder. Probably billions, trillions of Iraqis were given medical treatment from their exposure to uranium. All right, let's see what we got. part one. All right, let's see if this gives us a PDF. Not sure it will. All right, what is it, dear? You want a piece of chocolate? Would you like some gummies? It's time for your, okay. There it is. Here's the PDF file. So let's go ahead and get that. Actually, now that she's not looking, let's see, I was at 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. I better not let her see. 70. What was that, 77? 76? Oh, okay. She wants a door open. Hold on. I wonder what she's done. I hope she hasn't locked herself in the room. Her phone is out of power. She has really lost the bedroom remote, so we can't turn the TV on. So she just gets on the Wi-Fi with her phone and watches YouTube Kids there, and she's really working on her phonics. And she, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about is she has a little bit of her. She wants to go off by herself and learn stuff, and then walk in the room and like, oh yeah, I know this already. And I'd like to be able to help her more, but that's a big challenge for an educator. I don't want to go, no, you don't. Oh, you know it. Oh, that's wonderful. Don't need me. Right? Teacher to help. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, but okay. The Royal Society, and how many pages is this? Let's see, 88 pages. Health hazards of depleted uranium. We're gonna, on this series, we'll begin to look at all these documents. This is just the set of documents that you get. Now I'll close this. Go back here. Yeah. So one of the things about the war on Iraq, it's like a major factor for many people. It's just like the people were involved that were really stood to benefit the most are people that had oil business outside of Iraq by creating all that uncertainty around oil. Uh, the price of oil went through the roof with that war, and they didn't have to invade and take Iraq's oil. They just like uh, for some people strategically, it's like, well, let's goad him into destroying his own oil. Since everybody's like, you're coming to try and steal the oil. They don't really have to steal the oil. The oil prices, you want them to be not too expensive and not too cheap. It's a very thin profit margin with oil, natural gas, and mineral extraction. Those are the least profitable businesses that you can be in. So the margin for error is very slim, so they want gas and oil to stay within a certain specific range. If it goes out of that range, it's an emergency situation. Now, the uncertainty created by the Iraq War made untold billions of dollars for a lot of people that were involved. And I'm not sure that those people were like, oh, let's take all the billions that we made in profit and we'll donate that to rebuild Iraq because we're really there for to help the poor Iraqis, right? And also to use to completely take a poisonous toxic metal, worse than lead, and turn it into an aerosol in munitions and spread it over an entire country. Fire munitions all over. That's like a form of chemical warfare, right? Because it's chemically toxic, right? And it causes long, slow, agonizing, painful death to be exposed to it. But lo and behold, the same problem that happened with chemical warfare from the very beginning, it went and it affected our soldiers. Whoops, right? So, yeah, what I was going to say is it's sort of, there's supposed to be, I think there's more than one here. I'm going to go back in here again and take a look at it. I think there was more than one. That was part one. There was another article, so I'm going to click on that and see if I can get back there where I was. Yeah, part two. So I'll go here and click on this, right, and we'll get that article next. And it's like, really, you just want to save the poor Iraqi people from the evil, mean dictator that was in the employ of the CIA? He's an employee of our intelligence services, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't first of all the Ba'ath Party get into power in the first place? Wasn't our government and approval and involved in that? The Ba'ath Party rise to power. I mean, am I wrong? Right. So here's a guy here's the party, the political party we put into power, right? And then we weren't satisfied with their performance, so we apparently assisted Saddam Hussein to help him get into power, right? And then he was supposed to attack Iran because we were mad at Iran, right? Because Iran tried to have a democracy. So we sent that guy Kermit Roosevelt over there, and this is an earlier thing. They had a democratic election, and the guy was talking about sovereignty and Iran should have control its own natural resources and make the decisions, and so we should have democracy and participation. So the United States sent this guy. Look it up. Don't take my word for it, but and correct me if I'm wrong. But they paid him something like $15,000 a day to foment upheaval in Iran to overthrow Mossadegh, the democratically elected government, and really precipitated the situation we have now by putting into power the Shah of Iran, who was a very ruthless Nazi collaborator. I saw leaked police files that Iranians brought to the United States um, of all the people being tortured under the Shah. And they were like, "Why did you do this to our country, man? He's a maniac." So, okay, you did that. Okay, are you really trying to help benefit the world? I'm not sure you are. I think you want to kill everybody and steal everything. That's kind of the American way, or the American principle. Find somebody that can't defend themselves and go and use all kinds of terrible weapons against them, kill them all, and then take all their stuff. Uh, Health of parts 1 and 2. Okay, let's get this. Maybe I missed it last time. So we'll go over this. Oh, it's a summary. I don't want a summary, for God's sake. I want the whole thing. Trying to scam me? Part 1. Part 2. Okay. See, they really don't want you to read it, right? That's why they make it down there. And They didn't even keep it online, right? Well, see, if you notice, I'm on this thing on archive called the Wayback Machine, right? Which they go out and they download the entire internet and keep putting it back up. You know, it's okay. What do you need, dear? Okay, I won't look at you, dear. I'm sorry. Made her feel bad. It's my fault. I won't. What is this? 146 pages, part two. Told me not to look at you, so. Oh, there's Ellie. Hey, Ellie, how you doing? Good to see ya. Okay, so the Wayback Machine is it's on archive.org and it's great. A lot of times, you'll see something like in the run up to the attack on Afghanistan. Actually, they had been planning to attack Afghanistan for years, right? And the military journals and periodicals were running articles on it. So there's an old issue of Jane's, which is it's for people that buy weapon systems and buy and sell weapon systems. It's not generally for the public or whatever. But Jane's put up a thing that clearly showed that they were way before 911 they were planning to attack. Um, and I want to find that again, but here. Because yeah, that's basically for the big players attack everybody and steal everything. That's the principle of this country, and I want young people to know about it, because the old people are going to die, and you're not going to understand what's going on if you don't learn this stuff. Yeah. Hey, Ellie. Oh, Huggy. I love you, Ellie. Oh, you're so nice. Oh, yeah. I like to hug you. Huggy, huggy. Yeah. Yeah. Is Ellie going to play some Roblox? I think she is. All right. All right. So, yeah. And you can understand it. And hopefully, I'm going to get Roblox working on this machine too. And we'll play Roblox together. And at the same time, we'll read about the situation in the world with uranium. And all this stuff is really about the situation primarily with uranium. These are all the PDFs that you find on the notes of the Wikipedia article on uranium. All right, so that's part one and part two. Or the article on depleted uranium has a lot of notes. So we went through there. Let's see. Depleted uranium. Okay. Technical report on capacity building for the assessment of depleted uranium in Iraq. Okay, I bet if you go there, it's not gonna be there. DNS error, right? But yeah, okay, but the Wayback Machine. Why did they take that down? That's important information. We can't afford to maintain, it's outdated websites, whatever. Iraq, and the name of the PDF is Iraq DU. Right. We're going to find out more about DU, depleted uranium. And it annoys me. It's like people, when you name it that, people think it's had the uranium taken out of it. Depleted uranium is uranium. Uranium, right? It's not less uranium. It's pure uranium. It's an isotope of uranium. The least fissionable. I like to hug you too. You gonna build a raft? Slot 2. Wow. Loading, 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 loading. Build a raft. Oh, look at this. It's got pictures. Capacity building for the assessment of depleted uranium in Iraq. That's going to cost billions. End of story. We're not going to do it. So, radiological conditions in areas of Kuwait with residues of depleted uranium. International Atomic Energy Agency.
These are where my books. These are where my books can play.
All right, that's awesome.
These.
Blueberry.
Yummy, Daddy.
Radiological conditions.
Thank you for feeding me, Daddy.
81 pages. That's a decent report. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Post-conflict assessment. Wayback Machine. It was archived by the Wayback Machine. It's been taken offline. Oh, gee, I wonder why that is. All right, here. But as an educator, I like to point kids. Go get this stuff. Save it. Don't just go. Oh, that's the footnotes, man. That's the meat, right? Go and get it and read about it. So it's downloading. All right, here. Let's see if I can remember. 77. I was able to go 3 to the 77th power on the calculator. It's still going. I didn't know you could do that. Older calculators you couldn't. I don't think on XP you could do that. Shows I haven't looked at it in a while. Hurry. You gotta eat your you got just 2 more bites and then you get gummies. You want some gummies? Getting this oatmeal down. Blueberry. Bursting with blueberry flavor. Blueberry flavor. No. Blueberry flavor has nothing to do with blueberries, but you can call it, well, no. I don't think they should be allowed to call oatmeal blueberry flavor blueberries because it's not. It's the chemical engineers find the chemical that produces the effect of blueberry. And they sprinkle it liberally on your stuff and give you an artificial blueberry flavor, and you're like, it's good because your body's saying, oh, I'm getting antioxidants or something from blueberries. You're not. Good job. She ate the whole thing of oatmeal. Great. Man, this has got to be, the Bosnia and Herzegovina report is like still downloading. Look at that. Wow. Now, incidentally, for my purposes, these Science for Democratic Action reports they don't convert well. And this is the thing I want to call, and I wish somebody else would call us because I've got a lot of things to do. But I'd like to call IER and go, these old reports, you have all this typesetting and layout and columns and stuff. I've got artificially intelligent bots that will read it like it's the news, right? And it should be the news, not Trump's ingrown hairs on his navel or whatever surgery he had to have. Or it's whatever he stole or whatever porn star he was sleeping with. That's not really. It's not really what's going on, folks. This whole planet is getting wrecked by this bad nature that we've got of people with power kill everybody and steal everything. Yeah, needs to stop. It's very wasteful. Um, and it's not producing prosperity and good lives for people. It's a lot of people's lives are terrible, you know. And we're doing this. We need to stop it. But I tell you right now, it's gonna have to be young people. A lot of these old people are like, well, we can, you know, they all got mortgages. They're up to their eyeballs in debt, and they're just like, well, what are we gonna do? Well, by the time it's a problem, I'll be dead. And that, you know, my wife has said that. She's like, why do you're trying to save the environment? I try to save wood and build things out of wood that have long-term use, like shelving, right? If you have solid plywood and solid planks and stuff like that, you can build bookshelves, and yeah, I mean they could last forever, right? Take care of them. Really, no need to let them decompose. All the wood that decomposes releases all the carbon it ever captured into the atmosphere. Gigatons of carbon are released every year by decomposing wood, right? So I said, well, I don't know what to do, but I'm gonna try to work on stopping the decomposing wood, and I've collected scraps. Now, steal my idea by all means. There's a thing called CNC milling, and here's my idea. There's rapid 3D prototyping, right? And could you make something very nice out of discarded wood, right? Using computers and CNC routing milling machines. It's a robot that will carve things out, right? Um, Now, I'll give you an example. What is a normal vector? All right, here's a technique that we can use to get 3D shapes out of the computer. Well, light generally gives you a cue, your eye, a cue of the direction of a surface, the direction of a curved surface, and where it's pointing, right? And the wherever the pinpoint of light is, they call that the specular highlight or something. Or there may, if it's diffuse glow, depending on the angle of the light, it's gonna be a concentration of light there, right? Okay, then it's gonna fade off. There's gonna be a fall off. Now the computer can extrapolate depth from that, right, and create a depth map, a materialize. There's materialized 3D, I think it's called. You can take materialized 3D and take just a straight up image or a painting or something like that, and you can get a depth map from it. Now, this is done with yeah. Well, what I was going to talk about is normal vectors, right? So, in reality, if you have a surface, right, you can think every point on the surface has a vector. You can conceptualize a vector that is orthogonal. It means that that vector is pointing directly away all the way around 90 degrees on all sides from wherever it is. And you can cover the entire surface with these vectors. And as the surface curves, those vectors change their orientation. These are called normal vectors. And they're if you generate a field of normal vectors for an entire surface, right, it says the surface has this kind of curvature to it, right? Now you can use that uh, um, uh, to generate a mesh, a 3D mesh, right? From the 3D mesh, which is a model, right, you can then get a depth map to extrude, or from, well, I'm kind of overlapping two things. Use depth maps and normal maps in conjunction to get this displacement of a mesh, right? All right, that is then saved as what's called a stereolithographic file, STL file with an extension, and then you feed that to a milling machine, which then can carve whatever the kind of milling bits you're using or whatever. It can carve through anything to create a carving. So you could take a Rembrandt painting, for example, and do this process, and then take a piece of scrap wood and create this embossed, thing of, you know, the Feast of Belshazzar, or some Rembrandt or something like that, and make like a jewelry box cover. All right, have the milling machine carve it out, smooth. So you take the scrap piece of wood, right, and then you take all the sawdust from that and use it to, make wood putty, for example, or wood paste that you can fill holes and repair things with, right? And as long as it's made into yeah. All right. Are you on a picnic? Having a picnic? It's, yeah. Um, but yeah, so I'm doing this. I'm working on it as a goal, but it's real messy, and I have to create like some kind of booth for my CNC machine, because when it begins carving, milling out these shapes or whatever like that, yeah, yeah, and I just yeah. But my wife, you see these. You can only speculate when, um, like the head of a company, CEO of a company that's producing a lot of waste, that's gonna in 10 years is going to be a big problem, or 20 years is going to be a big problem, and he continues as fast as he can to do it, right? Isn't it definitely within the realm of possibility that he or she is thinking, by the time this could affect me and harm me, I'll be already dead. So I don't care. Uh, um, because my wife, naturally a wife, women, they're like, wood, old wood. Don't bring home old wood. Gross. And you say, well, I'm trying to save the planet, dear. And she would say, well, we'll be dead by the time this is a problem. So if somebody at the very, least power of influence has that attitude, do you think it's outside of the realm of possibility that all the leadership doesn't have that attitude as well? I think the most vulnerable and the people with the least influence are most inclined to just go with the flow, right? So, in my view, the flow is towards, the destruction of the environment. Um, and with the attitude of like, we don't have to. I love you too. Mm, a big hug. Yeah, I'm glad to feed you. Yeah, but it's almost time for her vitamin gummies, especially since she ate her blueberry. Uh, you ate your blueberry, so you get gummies. You want some gummies? Yeah, 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 yeah. Ellie says yeah. So great, we've got the Ellie show. It's the Ellie puppet show. Look at that. She's controlling it. So you can make a show. There's Ellie and she's talking. All right. Yeah, just like on real TV. All right. So let me get her gummies. I'm gonna be right back. finally downloaded. Wow.
What's that for?
Oh no, this is a dang thing that Jig.
I
So
can't read. I can't read. Closer. Closer.
failed to load PDF document. That's too bad. Hold on.
Closer. It's too far.
Oh, okay. Let's pull it closer. Let's see.
I still can't.
I think I've got like it amazes me that I'm able to stream from this computer. It's got a 802.11n wireless. And it could run better. You know, I think it's got slow connection. But here I am. I'm trying to download this thing. 219 captures. It was interesting enough. But okay, so I don't want to mess with that actually. So, let me take a look at mine. I think I made this to the notes. Do I want to play it again? Sort of do. This is important stuff. It's impacting us all. It certainly is. It's going to make this country worthless. When it, it's like the whole country is filled to the brim of deadly, toxic waste that's going to be there for thousands and thousands of years. That people can make into bombs and stuff. It's going to be bad. And the people that are, I mean, think about it. If you're a big nuclear engineer and you're working in a system or whatever like that, price of real estate, man, the price of cars and stuff like that, these guys are, they're probably up to their eyeballs in debt. And they're probably, at least some of them are like, well, by the time it's a problem, by the time it's going to affect me, I'll be dead. But it's bizarre, man, because what about your children's children? Well, I only care about my grandkids, people that are alive when I'm alive, because I only care about people that, offer me some experience, whereas, the second generation after I'm dead, they don't offer me anything. I don't get the joy of them, right? So, what if people are thinking like that? You ever think about that? Some people may be. Yeah. Some people could be thinking even worse things. They want to destroy the world. Good riddance. Some scientists are like, look at human history. Human beings are so bad, it would be better if they were all like that. Do you think it's impossible that there are powerful people, some powerful people may think such things? I knew a guy that was in a physics department at Georgia State University. It turned out to be a big Nazi. How can I? Yeah, they can be. And when the topic came up of experimentation that might, cause harm to other people, he was like, well, in astrophysics, and he would talk about all these space events that could happen that could end life on Earth. And it's like, so who cares?
Daddy, I love you.
We should do our experiments, right? That's what we're getting paid for. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. What a heroic position.
Can I play another game? Can I play another game?
Sure, you can change the game you want to play anytime she's going to leave this Roblox game and play another game. notice how, Bosnia is full of white people and Iraq is not, and the reports on Iraq were much smaller. But we'll never know if there's a reason behind that. I'm just on the edge of my seat. I'm waiting for this report to come in so I can save it. I'm about to save it. Here it comes. And I had to get it on the Wayback Machine, which should be a matter of concern. UNEF Post-Conflict Environmental Assessment. Okay. We have a fancy color picture on the cover. So yeah, I got my community service scientific training at the Institute of Environmental Research. We were in the United States. We were hosting in my city.
Potty, I need the potty.
Okay, let's get the potty. Let's go. So, where's my little? Oh, there it is. I'm just gonna. I'll be right back. so annoyed, man. This would be so perfect if I, but Roblox is not working on my machine right now. I'm gonna, well, I'm gonna try, see if it was working, and somebody was saying, "Well, wait for an update to happen." So I'm gonna try to run it again. 303 pages. I think I already saved this. Alright, good. And I'll go back. These are just on the documents of the notes for the, and it's interesting how many of them have just been, you know, they put them out there and they took them down. Archived. ATSDR, Case Studies in Environmental Medicine, Uranium Toxicity. It's a scientific report. Let's see if it's still there. Oh, it's upgrading Roblox. Maybe it's going to work. This CSEM has been moved to a new location. Case Studies in Environmental Medicine, Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Alright, so arsenic, beryllium, cadmium. Alright. Biphenyls, PCBs. This is awesome. Uranium. Coarse. So, Case Studies in Environmental Medicine, Uranium Toxicity, 51 pages. Awesome. We get through this, and we're going to know a lot. You know, you forget stuff, too.
I want the best game. I want to play this game, this game, this game.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm going to... Oh! I love you, too. Even if you bought me. Doesn't matter. Dang it. So messed up. Uh-oh. Why is that? Daddy spends more time with you? So you got guessed it. Yeah. And that's what parents need to do. You need to orient your life around, you know, your child. So that, yeah, and try to be the best that you can be at, be a role model for them. and she'll get to see, you know, she sees that somebody that she admires has a certain way of life, you know, that would be yeah, it'll affect her decision making process in the course of growing up, you know, and how she decides to behave. And I feel a big responsibility. Okay, I'm gonna, okay. You have to go in when you hit play. Okay, but I don't know if it's gonna, okay, look. It says, an unexpected error occurred and Roblox needs to quit. We're sorry. So don't get your hopes up. Because Roblox doesn't work on this machine right now. it's too slow. I'm not sure, but it's broke. See, it crashed. Okay. Alright, let's see. I want to get down to notes. Notes. Let's see. A lot of notes. The Belgians are banned it. Yeah, well, I don't want that stuff. Do you want to, them to go, oh, well, from now on we're going to have uranium dust, and everything. It's worse than lead. The thing that's going to do your brain. I can't believe this. How far does it go? And I closed the file, and now Royal Society. Is this the same article? Yeah, it's the same article. Okay, yeah, and it does show. Okay, that shows. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, now it's showing. These are all the ones that I've downloaded. Human rights and weapons of mass destruction, or with indiscriminate effect, or of nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. Depleted uranium in the IAEA. Let's see this. This is the International Atomic Energy Agency. Oh, it's on the Wayback Machine. They took it down. Let's see. The entire thing here. Let's go away. Great. IAEA. I'm going to say this is an HTML file. Hey, I'll save it as a PDF. I can do that? That's cool. Alright, okay, so I didn't know I could do that. Alright, that's awesome. I learn something new every day. Certainly do. Gone, daddy, gone, man. Not to be had. Human rights and weapons of mass destruction, or with indiscriminate effect, or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. Copy. Let's see if I can get it somewhere else, because it dang sure is no longer available from them anymore. Why do they want to take it down? We moved it. Linguistic Society, scientific bodies.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you too. Okay, this is just general stuff.
I
So.
totally love to understand you.
Oh, that's so nice. Let's see. The hazard posed by depleted uranium munitions. Frank N. von Hippel. You know, I was talking about some of my stream about a book called the Periodic Table. And one of the things I can do with a Bachelor of Science is like, I could, if I didn't want to pay for more education or something, you know, now that once you get a master's in this to teach all this stuff, it's like, we're going to give you a low paying job, but we're concerned that you'll be making too much money, so we want you to buy some more school, because times have changed. But they always do that, you know. Goes on and on forever. But I was thinking about the periodic table. It was like one of the things I could do is like take the GACE for chemistry, right? So I was studying chemistry because I need to know that stuff anyway. And it's interesting. So I was studying chemistry, and Primo Levi, who's a Holocaust survivor, survived Auschwitz, right? And he was born in an apartment in Italy. It's interesting. Yeah, and he worked for the fascists, you know, in various ways until the very end of the war. Then he fled into the woods or whatever as a Jew or whatever. He joined the partisans when things were really getting bad, and he fled in the woods and got caught by the Nazis and shipped off to Auschwitz. And but he's a chemical engineer, and so they sent him to a chemical engineering office of Auschwitz. And he was there for 11 months, and then the liberation happened. And he was dying in the infirmary. And the people that were forced to move, because they were able to walk, great numbers of them were killed. Right? But Primo Levi, because he was sick, he was in the infirmary or whatever, close to death. And the liberation happened, and just by a miracle, they were like, let's take care of this guy. And he nursed him back to health. And he wrote this book called The Periodic Table, and it came across my radar because I was like, oh yeah, I'm studying chemistry, I want to know more about chemistry and stuff. And I saw a blurb for this book that says one of the greatest science books that's ever been written, and that's true. It's a very good science book, but it's not really like it's more, you know, and it's more and less. It's not a comprehensive of what it endeavors to do, which sometimes it talks about people and compares them to elements of the periodic table. Sometimes it talks about elements in the periodic table and their extraction. One interesting episode in it is he discovers there's a chemical
That was fun, Dad.
and yeah, and there's a chemical in chicken shit that they use in it's in chicken shit, but they use it to make lipstick not run, to make the lipsticks stay perfect and pretty on your lips. And he yeah, he was like, he was trying to figure out how to get this guy hired him. He's like, my lipstick is not as quality of the French, right? I don't want, you know. And there was a guy that he would kiss the girl. He had girls wearing the lipstick that they're making in the factory, and you have to kiss you and see what it looks like. You know, it's gross. But yeah, it turns out it was some chemical in chicken poop, and he had such a hard time trying to separate it out. He didn't think he could get it. And then he realized that the highest he studied a little bit about it. He found the highest content was like in what he needed was python poop, right? Or some kind of big snake poop, right? So he goes around and he's like coming up to where they're keeping these big snakes, and they're like shocked. What are you snooping around here for? They're afraid that because it's like to them, the fact that this snake crap is worth its weight in gold, it's a big secret right now. How'd you know that? No, we don't give it away. He came around looking for, can I get some of that? No! Who are you? Who sent you? How'd you find out about that? Because the snake poop is the place probably where they get the stuff for the lipstick. It's very expensive. And but I'm talking about Primo Levi in the periodic table. And it's what it endeavors to do is, teach you about some elements by comparing them to people and behaviors, right? This guy was like iron, right? Or something like that. Or these people were like inert gases, right? They just sit there and never do anything and react to anything. They just sit there all the time. To help you, it's like a hook to help you remember it. But he doesn't, in the periodic table, he doesn't manage to go to all the elements. It would have taken too long or whatever. But it's definitely really a wonderful story. And what I wanted to mention, yeah, I love you too, is that while they were, after Primo Levi was captured and set to work as in chemical engineering in Auschwitz in a death camp, right? This guy comes along and he's working with I.G. Farben. True story, right? And he's like got them doing some chemical work for I.G. Farben. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Look, you're on TV. She's my superstar. She's 5 years old.
I get the beard.
Thank you. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Look at your flying dragon. Oh, look at that. Oh, goodness. It's got such big wings. Oh, that really. That got her attention. Wow, how did it get so big? Hey,
By growing up.
Oh, you nurture him?
No, but you have to grow up.
All right. So, and I don't pretend to know, but when you say polyethylene or whatever, the language of chemistry, right? 3,4-methyl-dioxyamphetamine, lysergic acid diethylamide, right? All those words, right? Tell the chemist exactly what you're talking about, right? Exactly, and it gives you a key towards sort of the recipe of it. So chemical language it's very precise. It has to be correct, or you're not gonna get the result that you want. Well, this guy, and I forget the chemical, he had the chemicalese word for this chemical they were talking about wrong. And when he said it wrong, it's jarring to a chemical engineer. It's like, what the hell is that, right? Of course he meant something, and then you think, oh well, what he really meant to say was this. So this guy is looking for this stuff or whatever, and they're in the chemical engineering section at Auschwitz on the death list to be exterminated because they're Jewish, right? And the guy is like coming in, he's like, what's all this perturbation in here? And it really stuck with Primo Levi because, my God, we're in a death camp, man. What do you mean? Why is perturbed about it? What a jerk thing to say, well, anyway, so the guy's apparently oblivious. So years later, Primo Levi is like working with it. He goes back to Italy, moves back, he's like, I own this apartment. My family owned this apartment. I was born in this apartment. He moved right back to where he was, and the whole thing started. Moved back in there, and he was living there, and he was working somewhere. And they had this problem with some materials that were being shipped from I.G. Farben, and he writes a letter. He has to write a letter because it's this is not going to work. Their whole project is going to collapse because of this problem of something from I.G. Farben. And this guy writes him a long response, and has the same, I forget what his name was, Müller or something German, whatever like that, of I.G. Farben, right? Writes him a letter back, and makes that mistake in talking about a particular chemical. He writes it wrong, and the guy's like, know, I remember that vividly from Auschwitz, how the guy said it wrong or whatever like that, how he had it wrong. And he's like, oh, look, he has the same name as that guy. I wonder if that guy's the guy. It's one of the great moments in the book. So he calls the guy up, and they start having
What
dinner.
is this?
It is the guy.
What
It's
is
like,
this?
we need to have a talk.
I said, what is this?
Let's see. Put it in my hand. Where did you find it?
In there.
In where? In a box or? Let me have that. Let's see what it is. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, it's a tea bag there. She opened a, you know, she tore a tea bag open. It's raspberry leaf tea. It's a good medicine for daddy and mommy that makes us feel better if we take it. So don't open it like that. And daddy, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in some hot water and drink it anyway. And swallow it down. But yeah, those bags are not supposed to be open because the tea will mix in the water, and then when I drink it up, it will go down my throat and be like, eh. Right? Would you like to have some Cheerios?
No, no.
I'm eating them all then. Usually she's like, no, you don't want the Cheerios. But today she's like, I don't care. Well, what she have? She had 2 pieces of toast and a whole pack of oatmeal, which is a lot to her.
Yeah, oh my.
Alright,
Yeah, oh my, not yours.
yeah. I saw this Von Hippel, and I thought, I don't know if his name was Hoffman or Muller or something like that. But they start writing letters. It's like
It says let's play.
they're resolving the
It
problem
says
for
let's
the company.
play.
Yeah, let's play. Yeah. It does. The more you can read, the better. Look at all the stuff that Daddy can read. So you got to learn it. Right? I won't tell you that. I won't tell you how it comes. But that's just, yeah, one of the, you know, like, for a guy, here's a guy, he's like working for IG Farben, and he has to go down to the death camp. He's like, all his chemical engineers are slave labor in a death camp, and he walks in, and everybody's like, it's like, what's with all this perturbation? What the hell's wrong with you people? It's a death camp. We're working in slave labor and starvation in a death camp with all kind of diseases and stuff. We're gonna die. We're perturbed. To put it lightly. Yeah. But yeah, read the book. It's really good, and it's you'll learn about science and chemistry as well. Periodic table. Definitely piratable, I think, if you went on email or something like that you could find it somewhere and download it. But all the Chinese probably already have it. Let's see. How many? Yeah, there's a lot of brouhaha around depleting uranium. I suspect they want to say it's no big deal. That's why we're writing hundreds of pages of stuff to just be dismissive about it, or just to make you look at stuff until you're tired of looking at it and give up. That's what they'll do. I'll tell you this, and I like to tell young people this, especially to you if you're young. If there's going to be a public, like the government's getting ready to do something, restart nuclear weapons production or something like that, right? They'll get an NGO, there'll be a public comment period, right? and they'll be like somebody political will come up there and it's like people who oppose us, want to bring poverty, right? Because we're going to have all these jobs, right? Yeah, never mind that these jobs are destroying all our hope of a future or whatever like that. That you're restarting reprocessing and the separation of plutonium, right? Producing more waste, more danger, more cancer, right? More disaster stuff, right? Every job that you produce is not going to last. It's not going to be a permanent job, right? And it's also going to introduce to the following generations more and more and more costs. But they'll have some. Oh, if you're against us, you're against the people having jobs, right? And then they'll have somebody. It was like I think I was at one of these things where they were starting. This, it was a mixed oxide fuel public comment period, which what is mixed oxide? It's where you take uranium and you mix it with plutonium. You don't go like a. It's the characteristic of the neutron field of a fast flux beta reactor is dramatically different from conventional nuclear power reactor, and so you're not scared or whatever. A way to get around is like, well, we could take uranium, we could dilute, mix it, dissolve everything. It produces a huge amount of waste, right? All the industrial crap involved with that to produce a mixed oxide fuel, right? And it's not going to be so terribly fast flux. It's only going to tear up the reactor half as fast or something like that. You have to look into it. But when you do that, it wears the reactor out, right? And it makes it more dangerous and more likely to fail or something. And so we opposed it. Now, if you're a young person and you're listening to this is what you're going to face. Like when it comes up, right, that you're dealing with some government reports and they're like, here's our position and this is what we say. Picture this: they've got hundreds of people working for them. Or they send out an email and they could have 100 people each write 10 pages and say, here's a report. It's 1,000 pages. You have 1 week. You're working full time as a member of the community with a right to have a comment on it. They took all their money, right, and they had a report written up saying what they're going to do, and 1,000 pages long, and they give you, a couple of days, and you're working full time. They give you a couple of days to read over it. And I've done this before. And I read through the end of this. It was biological effects of ionizing radiation report for a public comment period. And I made the point in the public comment, and they brought up somebody from United Way or UNICEF or something. They're like, look at these poor penniless children. Anybody that opposes this program, they want to cause these children to suffer. That's what they do, right? And they give you this 1,000-page report. You got and in the middle of it, it's going to say something bad. Well, we can conclude that it's harmful what we're doing, but in BEIR 5, BEIR, biological effects of ionizing radiation, report number 5. I'm pretty sure it's in the end of that report that it said, well, if you ate like a 5-gallon drum of some ridiculous amount of peanut butter, you get the same amount of free radicals from doing that. Okay, and what I said was this. Number one, I'm never going to eat that much peanut butter. And number two, just, you said this is as harmful as that. Well, it's as harmful as that. You finding that it is as harmful as eating a whole lot of peanut butter more than you should, or likely are capable of eating. How does that give you the right then to say, I'm going to put this on your community, leak it out into your water supply? It doesn't, right? But what you have to do when you're up against this kind of situation is think about it. All these engineers and these people working for the government and stuff like that, they've got big houses, they got nice cars, they're into debt up to their eyeballs, right? To keep up with the Joneses and everything like that. And you're talking about program cuts that are going to bankrupt them, man. If they shut down these huge facilities, these guys are going to be out of work. How are they going to pay their mortgages? Do you think that's not going to influence the way that they behave and how concerned they are about what's going to happen to you as a result of the policy that they set? It's a non sequitur to say otherwise. What does that mean? It means that it's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true that they're not thinking, man, I need a job. And I'll write my 10. There's 100 of us up here. We'll each write 10 pages, make a thousand page report, and give you 5 days to read it and comment on it. And way down the bottom of that report, you say, well, yeah, it's the low-level ionizing radiation is harmful, and we don't understand it very well. But in terms of producing free radicals, you could eat a bucket of peanut butter and produce just as much. So therefore, we're going to do it, or we're not going to be concerned about it. It doesn't follow, right, that it's okay for the government to put something toxic on me because I might eat too much peanut butter and that would be just as bad. You see how that doesn't make any sense? Non sequitur. Doesn't necessarily follow that it's okay or that it's right. Doesn't follow, in fact. All right, so let's see where we're at here. We got okay. I see an Irish name, Alyssa McDiarmid and Catherine Squibb. Let's see, philosophical transactions of the Royal Society. Depleted uranium exposure and health effects in Gulf veterans. Okay, that's another argument to talk about. And I think all this depleted uranium stuff is good because it, it really just is uranium. It actually tells you a lot about it. Oh, now I got a paywall. Is that what I got? Is that over here? Wait a minute. Let's see if we can save this as a PDF. Save this PDF. I love that. Biological monitoring for depleted uranium exposure and U.S. veterans. Let's take a look. How come they're not monitoring for Iraqis? Since the only reason we went to Iraq is to save the Iraqi people. All this concern about the Iraqi people and saving the Iraqi freedoms or whatever. Not very free if you're all riddled with cancer, bleeding lung tissue, right? Do they really care about helping the Iraqi people? Maybe some of them? I think a decent thing to do is like some Americans should really go and expose what was done to the Iraqi people. Health effects of depleted uranium munitions, a summary. Let's see what this says. Oh, no, that's just a thing for them. guess this means it's behind a paywall. Oh no. Journal of Radiological Protection, Volume 22, Number 2, Article PDF. Okay, good. Save it. And we'll go and look at it. Well, is it didn't take me to the article. Maybe it didn't. Did it come out? Let's see. So I can't have that one. Attrition. That's what we have. I think we already got this. Did we? Yeah, I think we did. Screening for depleted uranium in the United Kingdom Armed Forces. Who wants it and why? What kind of conspiracy, espionage against the British Crown are these people engaging in? Well, I can't walk and I'm coughing up blood. Well, it's tough all over. Who wants it and why? That's so, ooh. 4 pages. So I like, I like to do this. It's a for young people to see. You can go and research stuff. And I mean, this is just the beginning. You go and you. But have you done this much? I mean, think about it. The Wikipedia article. Did you read the Wikipedia article about Moses? I mean, come on. You're supposed to be. It's like, yeah, these people, quote unquote, Christians or Jewish or Muslim or something like that. Did you read the Wikipedia article and look at all the notes on Moses? I mean, that's just very basic, fundamental stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, I know all about Moses. No, you don't. Right? You need to do some baseline work to know anything about anything. Okay, so what I'm thinking is I made it to notes on this, right? So I'm going to go and I'm going to open our next article. Wow, look at all that. Now under documents, though, earlier I think I have depleted uranium. Yeah, okay, so the next thing of us to do is to look at depleted uranium. Let's see if this is wow, no, that I saved uranium hexafluoride as depleted uranium, and I should have saved this. So, show. Copy. And what did I do? Let's say I'm going to open WordPad so you can see how I'm doing this. Right? I had saved the UF6 uranium hexafluoride as okay, file. Depleted uranium, which is wrong. Save this as depleted uranium. Real one. Okay. And now what I'm gonna go back and yeah. All right. So here we are. Oh, God, I really screwed up. How long have I been since I took my headphones off? It's very bad. I'm terribly sorry. If you're just like, I wish somebody had sent me a chat. Hey man, you ain't got your headphones on, because I know you couldn't hear me probably for at all. But let's go, and we're gonna learn something. So we're talking about depleted uranium, and what we had before is we had the article on uranium. That's what we went through, and I believe we went through it twice, right? Listen to them over and over again, right? So we're gonna start this one again. See how it goes.
Depleted uranium, also referred to in the past as Q-metal, diploid or D38, is uranium with a lower content of the fissile isotope 235 U than natural uranium. 2. Natural uranium contains about 0.72% 235 U, while it used by the U.S. Department of Defense contains 0.3% 235 U or less. The less radioactive and non-fissile 238 U constitutes the main component of depleted uranium. Uses of do take advantage of its very high density
Almost
of
100% of
19.1
uranium
grams per
is
cubic centimeter,
depleted.
0.69 pounds per cubic inch, 68.4% denser than lead. Civilian uses include counterweights in aircraft, radiation shielding in medical radiation therapy and industrial radiography equipment, and containers for transporting radioactive materials. Military uses include armor plating and armor-piercing projectiles. Most depleted uranium arises as a byproduct of the production of enriched uranium for use as fuel in nuclear reactors and in the manufacture of nuclear weapons. Enrichment processes generate uranium with a higher than natural concentration of lower mass number uranium isotopes, in particular 235 U, which is the uranium isotope supporting the fission chain reaction, with the bulk of the feed ending up as depleted uranium, in some cases with mass fractions of 235 U and 234 U. Less than a third of those in natural uranium, since 238 U has a much longer half-life than the lighter isotopes, do emits less alpha radiation than natural uranium. Do from nuclear reprocessing has different isotopic ratios from enrichment byproduct do, from which it can be distinguished by the presence of 236 U. 3, the only known natural source of uranium with a 235 U content significantly different from 0.72% is found in the natural nuclear fission reactor at Aklo, Gabon. It can be fingerprinted as different in origin from man-made depleted uranium by the 234 U content, which is 55 parts per million in uranium from the Aklo mine as well as all other natural sources, but will be lower in depleted uranium in accordance with the degree of depletion. Do is about 60% as radioactive as natural uranium. 245 Most of the alpha radiation comes from 238 U and 234 U. Notes 1, whereas beta radiation comes from 234 TH and 234 Pa that are formed within a few weeks. The use of DU in munitions is controversial because of concerns about potential long-term health effects. 6-7. Normal functioning of the kidney, brain, liver, heart, and numerous other systems can be affected by exposure to uranium, a toxic metal. 8. It is only weakly radioactive because of the long radioactive half-life of 238 U. 4.468 times 109 or 4,468,000,000 years, and the low amounts of 234 U. Half-life about 246,000 years, and 235 U. Half-life 700 million years. The biological half-life, the average time it takes for the human body to eliminate half the amount in the body, for uranium is about 15 days. 9. The aerosol or spallation flammable powder produced by impact and combustion of depleted uranium munitions can potentially contaminate wide areas around the impact sites, leading to possible inhalation by human beings. 10. The actual level of acute and chronic toxicity of DU is also controversial. Several studies using cultured cells and laboratory rodents suggest the possibility of leucemogenic, genetic, reproductive, and neurological effects from chronic exposure. 6. According to an article in Al Jazeera, DU from American artillery is suspected to be one of the major causes of an increase in the general mortality rate in Iraq since 1991. 11. A 2005 epidemiology review concluded, in aggregate the human epidemiological evidence is consistent with increased risk of birth defects in offspring of persons exposed to DU. 12. A 2021 study concluded that DU from exploding munitions did not lead to Gulf War illness in American veterans deployed in the Gulf War. 13. According to a 2013 study, despite the use of DU by coalition forces in Fallujah, no DU has been found in soil samples taken from the city. 14. Although another study of 2011 had indicated elevated levels of uranium in tissues of the city inhabitants. 15. History. Enriched uranium was first manufactured in the early 1940s when the United States and Britain began their nuclear weapons programs. Later in the decade, France and the Soviet Union began their nuclear weapons and nuclear power programs. Depleted uranium was originally stored as an unusable waste product, uranium hexafluoride, in the hope that improved enrichment processes could extract additional quantities of the fissionable U-235 isotope. This re-enrichment recovery of the residual uranium-235 is now in practice in some parts of the world. For example, in 1996, over 6,000 metric tons were upgraded in a Russian plant. 16. It is possible to design civilian power generating reactors using unenriched fuel, but only about 10% of those ever built, such as the CANDU reactor, use that technology. Most civilian reactors as well as all naval reactors and nuclear weapons require fuel containing concentrated U-235, and production of that fuel generates depleted uranium. Citation needed. In the 1970s, the Pentagon reported that the Soviet military had developed armor plating for Warsaw Pact tanks that NATO ammunition could not penetrate. Citation needed. The Pentagon began searching for material to make denser armor-piercing projectiles. After testing various metals, ordnance researchers settled on depleted uranium. Citation needed. The US and NATO militaries used to penetrate rounds in the 1991 Gulf War, the Bosnia War, 18. Bombing of Serbia, the 2003 invasion of Iraq, 19, and 2015 airstrikes on ISIS in Syria. 20. It is estimated that between 315 and 350 tons of DU were used in the 1991 Gulf War. 21. Production and availability. Natural uranium metal contains about 0.71% 235 U, 99.28% 238. U, and about 0.0054% 234. U. The production of enriched uranium using isotope separation creates depleted uranium containing only 0.2% to 0.4% 235. U. Because natural uranium begins with such a low percentage of 235. U. Enrichment produces large quantities of depleted uranium. For example, producing 1 kilogram, 2.2 pounds, of 5% enriched uranium requires 11.8 kilograms, 26 pounds, of natural uranium, and leaves about 10.8 kilograms, 24 pounds, of depleted uranium having only 0.3% 235. U. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, defines depleted uranium as uranium with a percentage of the 235. U. Isotope that is less than 0.711% by weight, C10 CFR 40.4. The military specifications designate that the DU used by the U.S. Department of Defense, DoD, contain less than 0.3% 235. U. 22. In actuality, DoD uses only DU that contains approximately 0.2% 235. U. 22. Depleted uranium is further produced by recycling spent nuclear fuel, 23, in which case it contains traces of neptunium and plutonium. 24. Quantities are so small that they are considered to be not of serious radiological significance, even by ECRR. 25. Uranium hexafluoride. Main article, depleted uranium hexafluoride. Uranium hexafluoride tank leaking. Most depleted uranium is stored as uranium hexafluoride, a toxic crystalline solid, DUF6, in steel cylinders in open-air storage yards close to enrichment plants. Each cylinder holds up to 12.7 tons, 14.0 short tons, of UF6. In the US, 560,000 tons, 620,000 short tons, of depleted UF6 had accumulated by 1993. In 2008, 686,500 tons, 756,700 short tons, and 57,122 storage cylinders were located near Portsmouth, Ohio, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Paducah, Kentucky. 2627. The storage of DUF6 presents environmental, health, and safety risks because of its chemical instability. When UF6 is exposed to water vapor in the air, it reacts with the moisture to produce CO2F2, uranyl fluoride, a solid, and HF, hydrogen fluoride, a gas, both of which are highly soluble and toxic. The uranyl fluoride solid acts to plug the leak, limiting further escape of depleted UF6. Release of the hydrogen fluoride gas to the atmosphere is also slowed by the plug formation. 28. Like any other uranium compound, it is radioactive, and precautions should be taken. It is also highly toxic. Uranyl fluoride is corrosive and harmful upon inhalation, ingestion, or skin absorption. Ingestion or inhalation may be fatal. Effects of exposure may be delayed. 29. There have been several accidents involving uranium hexafluoride in the United States, including one in which 32 workers were exposed to a cloud of UF6 and its reaction products in 1986 at a Gore, Oklahoma, commercial uranium conversion facility. One person died, while a few workers with higher exposure experienced short-term kidney damage. For example, protein in the urine. None of them showed lasting damage from the exposure to uranium. 30. The US government has been converting depleted UF6 to solid uranium oxides for use or disposal. 31. Such disposal of the entire UF6 inventory could cost anywhere from $15 million to $450 million. 32. World depleted uranium inventory 33. Country organization estimated. Do stocks. Tons. Short tons, reported. United States DOE 480,000. 530,000, 2002. Russia FAR EA 460,000. 510,000, 1996. France ERAVA NC 190,000. 210,000, 2001. United Kingdom BNFL 30,000. 33,000, 2001. United Kingdom. Germany. Netherlands. Urenco 16,000. 18,000, 1999. Japan JNFL 10,000. 11,000, 2001. China CNNC 2000. 2,200, 2000. South Korea KRE 200. 220, 2002. South Africa Nexus 73. 80, 2001. Singapore DSO National Laboratory 60. 66, 2007. Total 1,188,273. 1,309,847, 2008. Military applications. Depleted uranium is very dense, at 19,050 kilograms/m3. It is 1.67 times as dense as lead, only slightly less dense than tungsten and gold, and 84% as dense as osmium or iridium, which are the densest known substances under standard, that is, Earth's surface, pressures. Consequently, a DO projectile of given mass has a smaller diameter than an equivalent lead projectile, with less aerodynamic drag and deeper penetration because of a higher pressure at point of impact. DO projectiles are inherently incendiary because they become pyrophoric upon impact with the target. 34-35. Armor plate. Because of its high density, depleted uranium can also be used in tank armor, sandwiched between sheets of steel armor plate. For instance, some late production M1A1 and M1A2 Abrams tanks, built after 1998 have DO modules integrated into their Chobham armor, as part of the armor plating in the front of the hull and the front of the turret, and there is a program to upgrade the rest. Nuclear weapons. Main article, Nuclear weapons design. Depleted uranium can be used as a tamper, or neutron reflector, in fission bombs. A high-density tamper like DO makes for a long-lasting, more energetic, and more efficient explosion. Ammunition. Most military use of depleted uranium has been as 30mm ordnance, primarily the 30mm PGU-14/B armor-piercing incendiary round from the GO-8 Avenger cannon of the A-10 Thunderbolt II used by the United States Air Force. 25mm DO rounds have been used in the M242 gun mounted on the U.S. Army's Bradley fighting vehicle and the Marine Corps' LAV-25. The U.S. Marine Corps uses DO in the 25mm PGU-20 round fired by the GOR-12 equalizer cannon of the Avenue 8B Harrier, and also in the 20mm M197 gun mounted on a H-1 Cobra helicopter gunships. The United States Navy's Phalanx uses M61 Vulcan Gatling gun used 20mm armor-piercing penetrator rounds with discarding plastic sabots and a core made using depleted uranium, later changed to tungsten. Mark 149 Mod 2 20mm depleted uranium ammunition for the Phalanx SEALs aboard USS Missouri. Another use of depleted uranium is in kinetic energy penetrators, anti-armor rounds such as the 120mm sabot rounds fired from the British Challenger 1, Challenger 2, 36, M1A1 and M1A2 Abrams. 37. Kinetic energy penetrator rounds consist of a long, relatively thin penetrator surrounded by a discarding sabot. Stab alloys are metal alloys of depleted uranium with a very small proportion of other metals, usually titanium or molybdenum. One formulation has a composition of 99.25% by massive depleted uranium and 0.75% by massive titanium. Staballoys are approximately 1.67 times as dense as lead and are designed for use in kinetic energy penetrator armor-piercing ammunition. The U.S. Army uses DU in an alloy with around 3.5% titanium. Depleted uranium is favored for the penetrator because it is self-sharpening 38 and flammable. 34. On impact with a hard target, such as an armored vehicle, the nose of the rod fractures in such a way that it becomes sharper, preventing the dispersal that takes place with tungsten penetrators. 39. The penetrators are 20% more effective than tungsten rounds. 40. The impact and subsequent release of heat energy causes it to ignite when in contact with oxygen. 34. When a DU penetrator reaches the interior of an armored vehicle, it catches fire, often igniting ammunition and fuel and possibly causing the vehicle to explode. 40. DU is used by the U.S. Army in 120mm or 105mm cannons employed on the M1 Abrams tank. The DU content in various ammunition is 180 grams in 20mm projectiles, 200 grams in 25mm ones, 280 grams in 30mm, 3.5 kilograms in 105mm, and 4.5 kilograms in 120mm penetrators. DU was used during the mid-1990s in the US to make hand grenades and land mines, but those applications have been discontinued, according to Alien Tech Systems. Citation needed. The US Navy used DU in its 20mm Phalanx silt guns, but switched in the late 1990s to armor-piercing tungsten. Only the US and the UK have acknowledged using DU weapons. As of 41, the Soviet Union and Russia have used DU weaponry since the 3BM-32 Vant, designed for the 125mm tank cannons. 42. In 2018, TASS reported that Russia was arming some of its D-80 models with 3BM-60 Sfinats 2 DU rounds. 42. 782,414 DU rounds were fired during the 1991 war in Iraq, mostly by US forces. 43. In a 3-week period of conflict in Iraq during 2003, it was estimated that between 1,000 and 2,000 tons of depleted uranium munitions were used. 44. More than 300,000 DU rounds were fired during the 2003 war, the vast majority by US troops. 43. In March 2023, the UK government has confirmed that they are sending DU rounds to Ukraine along with its Challenger 2 tanks with its 120mm ammunition during the Russian invasion. 45. Legal status in weapons. In 1996, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, gave an advisory opinion on the legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons. 46. This made it clear, in paragraphs 54, 55 and 56, that international law on poisonous weapons, the Second Hague Declaration of the 29th of July 1899, Hague Convention 4 of the 18th of October 1907 and the Geneva Protocol of the 17th of June 1925 did not cover nuclear weapons, because their prime or exclusive use was not to poison or asphyxiate. This ICJ opinion was about nuclear weapons, but the sentence "the terms have been understood, in the practice of states, in their ordinary sense as covering weapons whose prime, or even exclusive, effect is to poison or asphyxiate," also removes depleted uranium weaponry from coverage by the same treaties, as their primary use is not to poison or asphyxiate, but to destroy material and kill soldiers through kinetic energy. The Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities of the United Nations Human Rights Commission, 47, passed 2 motions, 48, the first in 1996, 49, and the second in 1997. 50. They listed weapons of mass destruction, or weapons with indiscriminate effect, or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, and urged all states to curb the production and the spread of such weapons. Included in the list was weaponry containing depleted uranium. the committee authorized a working paper, in the context of human rights and humanitarian norms, of the weapons. The requested UN working paper was delivered in 2002-51 by Y.K. J. Yusekun in accordance with Subcommission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights Resolution 2001-36. He argues that the use of DUIN weapons, along with the other weapons listed by the Subcommission, may breach one or more of the following treaties: the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Charter of the United Nations, the Genocide Convention, the United Nations Convention Against Torture, the Geneva Conventions including Protocol I, the Convention on Conventional Weapons of 1980, and the Chemical Weapons Convention. Yusekun writes in paragraph 133 under the title Legal Compliance of Weapons Containing DU as a New Weapon. Annex 2 to the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material 1980, which became operative on the 8th of February 1997, classifies DU as a Category 2 nuclear material. Storage and transport rules are set down for that category, which indicates that DU is considered sufficiently hot and dangerous to warrant these protections. But since weapons containing DU are relatively new weapons, no treaty exists yet to regulate, limit or prohibit its use. The legality or illegality of DU weapons must therefore be tested by recourse to the general rules governing the use of weapons under humanitarian and human rights law, which have already been analyzed in Part 1 of this paper, and more particularly at paragraph 35, which states that parties to Protocol I to the Geneva Conventions of 1949 have an obligation to ascertain that new weapons do not violate the laws and customs of war or any other international law. As mentioned, the International Court of Justice considers this rule binding customary humanitarian law. Louise Arbour, Chief Prosecutor for the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, led a committee of staff lawyers to investigate possible treaty prohibitions against the use of DU in weapons. Their findings were that 52. There is no specific treaty ban on the use of DU projectiles. There is a developing scientific debate and concern expressed regarding the impact of the use of such projectiles, and it is possible that, in future, there will be a consensus view in international legal circles that use of such projectiles violate general principles of the law applicable to use of weapons in armed conflict. No such consensus exists at present. 53. According to the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, depleted uranium does not meet the legal definitions of nuclear, radiological, toxin, chemical, poison, or incendiary weapons, as far as DU ammunition is not designed nor intended to kill or wound by its chemical or radiological effects. 54. Requests for a moratorium on military use. A number of anti-war activists specializing in international humanitarian law have questioned the legality of the continued use of depleted uranium weapons, highlighting that the effects may breach the principle of distinction between civilians and military personnel. 55. Some states and the International Coalition to Ban Uranium Weapons, a coalition of more than 155 non-governmental organizations, have asked for a ban on the production and military use of depleted uranium weapons. 56. The European Parliament has repeatedly passed resolutions requesting an immediate moratorium on the further use of depleted uranium ammunition. 57-58, but France and Britain, the only European states that are permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, have consistently rejected calls for a ban. 59. Maintaining that its use continues to be legal, and that the health risks are unsubstantiated. 60. In 2007, France, Britain, the Netherlands, and the Czech Republic voted against the United Nations General Assembly resolution to hold a debate in 2009 about the effects of the use of armaments and ammunition containing depleted uranium. All other European Union nations voted in favor or abstained. 61. The ambassador from the Netherlands explained his negative vote as being due to the reference in the preamble to the resolution to potential harmful effects of the use of depleted uranium munitions on human health and the environment, which cannot, in our view, be supported by conclusive scientific studies conducted by relevant international organizations. 62. None of the other permanent members of the United Nations Security Council supported the resolution as China was absent for the vote. Russia abstained and the United States voted against the resolution. 61. In September 2008, and in response to the 2007 General Assembly resolution, the UN Secretary-General published the views of 15 states alongside those of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and World Health Organization, WHO. The IAEA and WHO evidence differed little from previous statements on the issue. 63. The report was largely split between states concerned about depleted uranium's use, such as Finland, Cuba, Japan, Serbia, Argentina, and predominantly NATO members, who do not consider the use of depleted uranium munitions problematic. 63. In December 2008, 141 states supported a resolution requesting that 3 UN agencies, United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, WHO and IAEA update their research on the impact of uranium munitions by late 2010 to coincide with the General Assembly's 65th session. 4 voted against, 34 abstained and 13 were absent. 64. As before, Britain and France voted against the resolution. All other European Union nations voted in favour or abstained. The Netherlands, which voted against a resolution in 2007, voted in favour, as did Finland and Norway, both of which had abstained in 2007, while the Czech Republic, which voted against the resolution in 2007, abstained. The 2 other states that voted against the resolution were Israel and the United States, both of which voted against in 2007, while as before China was absent for the vote, and Russia abstained. 64. In June 2009, Belgium became the first country in the world to ban inert ammunition and armor that contains depleted uranium or any other industrially manufactured uranium. 65. The move followed a unanimous parliamentary vote on the issue on the 22nd of March 2007. The text of the 2007 law allowed for 2 years to pass until it came into force. 66. In April 2009, the Belgian Senate voted unanimously to restrict investments by Belgian banks into the manufacturers of depleted uranium weapons. 67. In September 2009, the Latin American Parliament passed a resolution calling for a regional moratorium on the use, production and procurement of uranium weapons. It also called on the Palatinos members to work towards an international uranium weapons treaty. 68. In November 2010, the Irish Senate passed a bill seeking to outlaw depleted uranium weapons. 69, but it lapsed before approval by the Dáil. 70. In December 2010, 148 states supported a United Nations General Assembly resolution calling for the states that use depleted uranium weapons in conflict to reveal whether weapons have been fired when asked to do so by the country upon whose territory they have been used. In April 2011, the Congress of Costa Rica passed a law prohibiting uranium weapons in its territories, becoming the second country in the world to do so. 71. In December 2012, 155 states supported a United Nations General Assembly resolution that recalled that, because of the ongoing uncertainties over the long-term environmental impacts of depleted uranium identified by the United Nations Environment Programme, states should adopt a precautionary approach to its use. 72. In December 2014, 150 states supported a United Nations General Assembly resolution encouraging states to provide assistance to states affected by the use of depleted uranium weapons, in particular in identifying and managing contaminated sites and material. 73. In contrast to the previous biennial resolutions, Germany moved to an abstention from supporting to the resolutions. 74. Prior to the vote, in a report to the United Nations Secretary-General requested by 2012's resolution published in June 2014, Iraq had called for a global treaty ban on depleted uranium weapons. 75. Civilian applications. Depleted uranium has a very high density and is primarily used as shielding material for other radioactive material, and as ballast. Examples include sailboat keels, as counterweight and as shielding in industrial radiography cameras. Radiation shielding. Depleted uranium is the best radiation shielding by weight. Due to the high atomic weight of the uranium atoms, materials are more able to block radioactivity the higher their atomic weight, and uranium is the heaviest natural element. Lead, a heavy stable element, is the most common low-cost alternative, but a lead shield needs to be about 3 times as thick as a DU shield to provide the equivalent protection. Uranium also is by far a higher melting point, 2070 degrees Fahrenheit, 1130 degrees Celsius, and its tensile strength is similar to that of steel. 76. Industrial radiography cameras include a very high activity gamma radiation source, typically EO-192 with an activity above 10 TBq. Depleted uranium is often used in the cameras as a shield to protect individuals from the gamma source. Typically, the uranium shield is supported and enclosed in polyurethane foam for thermal, mechanical and oxidation protection. 77. Coloring in consumer products. Consumer product uses have included incorporation into dental porcelain, used for false teeth to simulate the fluorescence of natural teeth, and uranium-bearing reagents used in chemistry laboratories, for example uranyl acetate, used in analytical chemistry and as a stain in electron microscopy. Uranium, both depleted uranium and natural uranium, was widely used as a coloring matter for porcelain and glass in the 19th and early to mid-20th century. The practice was largely discontinued in the late 20th century. In 1999, concentrations of 10% depleted uranium were being used in Journey No. 17 inches, a yellow enamel powder that was being produced in France by Cristallerie de Saint Paul, a manufacturer of enamel pigments. The depleted uranium used in the powder was sold by Kojima's Pierre Lat facility. In February 2000, Kojima discontinued the sale of depleted uranium to producers of enamel and glass. 78. Trim weights in aircraft. Aircraft that contain depleted uranium trim weights for stabilizing wings and control surfaces, such as the Boeing 747-100, may contain between 400 and 1,500 kilograms, 880 and 3,310 pounds, of DU. Citation needed. This application is controversial because the DU might enter the environment if the aircraft crashes. The metal can also oxidize to a fine powder in a fire. Its use has been phased out in many newer aircraft. Boeing and McDonnell Douglas discontinued using DU counterweights in the 1980s. Depleted uranium was released during the crash of El Al Flight 1862 on the 4th of October 1992, in which 152 kilograms, 335 pounds, was lost, but a case study concluded that there was no evidence to link depleted uranium from the plane to any health problems. 79. DU counterweights manufactured with cadmium plating are considered non-hazardous as long as the plating is intact. 80. U.S. NRC General License. U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission regulations at 10 CFR 40.25 establish a general license for the use of depleted uranium contained in industrial products or devices for mass volume applications. This general license allows anyone to possess or use depleted uranium for authorized purposes. Generally, a registration form is required, along with a commitment to not abandon the material. Agreement states may have similar, or more stringent, regulations. Sailboat keel. Icon. This section needs expansion. You can help by adding to it. Talk, July 2022. Penduic Vi, a boat designed by André Moric, FR, and used for racing, was equipped with a keel of depleted uranium. 81. The benefit is that, because of the very high density of uranium, the keel could be thinner for a given weight, and so have less resistance than a normal keel. It was later replaced by a standard lead keel. 82. Sampling color emitters for detectors in high-energy particle physics. Depleted uranium has been used in a number of sampling color emitters, such as in the D083 and Zeus 84 detectors, because of its high density and natural radioactivity. Health considerations. Normal functioning of the kidney, brain, liver, heart, and numerous other systems can be affected by uranium exposure because uranium is a toxic metal, 8, although less toxic than other heavy metals, such as arsenic and mercury. 85, it is weakly radioactive but is persistently so because of its long half-life. The Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry states that, to be exposed to radiation from uranium, you have to eat, drink, or breathe it, or get it on your skin. 86. If DO particles do enter an individual, the type of danger presented, toxic versus radiological, and the organ most likely to be affected depend on the solubility of the particles. 87. In military conflicts involving DO munitions, the major concern is inhalation of DO particles and aerosols arising from the impacts of DO-enhanced projectiles with their targets. 87. When depleted uranium munitions penetrate armor or burn, they create depleted uranium oxides in the form of dust that can be inhaled or contaminate wounds. The Institute of Nuclear Technology Radiation Protection of Attiki, Greece, has noted that the aerosol produced during impact and combustion of depleted uranium munitions can potentially contaminate wide areas around the impact sites or can be inhaled by civilians and military personnel. 10. The use of DO in incendiary ammunition is controversial because of potential adverse health effects and its release into the environment. 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. The U.S. Department of Defense claims that no human cancer of any type has been seen as a result of exposure to either natural or depleted uranium. 94. Militaries have long had risk reduction procedures for their troops to follow. 95. And studies are in consistent agreement that veterans who used DO-enhanced munitions have not suffered, so far, from an increased risk of cancer. See the Gulf War and Balkans sections below. The effects of DO on civilian populations are, however, a topic of intense and ongoing controversy. As early as 1997, British Army doctors warned the Ministry of Defence that exposure to depleted uranium increased the risk of developing lung, lymph and brain cancer, and recommended a series of safety precautions. 96. According to a report issued summarizing the advice of the doctors, inhalation of insoluble uranium dioxide dust will lead to accumulation in the lungs with very slow clearance if any. Although chemical toxicity is low, there may be localized radiation damage of the lung leading to cancer. The report warns that all personnel should be aware that uranium dust inhalation carries a long-term risk. The dust has been shown to increase the risks of developing lung, lymph and brain cancers. 96. In 2003, the Royal Society called, again, for urgent attention to be paid to the possible health and environmental impact of depleted uranium, and added its backing to the United Nations Environment Programme's call for a scientific assessment of sites struck with depleted uranium. Notes 2. In early 2004, the UK Pensions Appeal Tribunal Service attributed birth defect claims from a February 1991 Gulf War combat veteran to depleted uranium poisoning. 97-98, a 2005 epidemiology review concluded, in aggregate the human epidemiological evidence is consistent with increased risk of birth defects in offspring of persons exposed to DO. 12. Studies using cultured cells and laboratory rodents continue to suggest the possibility of leukemogenic, genetic, reproductive, and neurological effects from chronic exposure. 6. Chemical toxicity. The chemical toxicity of depleted uranium is identical to that of natural uranium and about 1 million times greater in viva than DO's radiological hazard. 99. With the kidney considered to be the main target organ. 100. Health effects of DO are determined by factors such as the extent of exposure and whether it was internal or external. 3 main pathways exist by which internalization of uranium may occur: inhalation, ingestion, and embedded fragments or shrapnel contamination. 101-102. Properties such as phase, for example particulate or gaseous, oxidation state, for example metallic or ceramic, and the solubility of uranium and its compounds influence their absorption, distribution, translocation, elimination and the resulting toxicity. For example, metallic uranium is less toxic compared to hexavalent uranium viuranyl compounds such as uranium trioxide, UO3. 103, 104. Compilation of 2004 Review 8. Information regarding uranium toxicity. Body system human studies, animal studies in vitro. Renal elevated levels of protein excretion, urinary catalase and diuresis damage to proximal convoluted tubules, necrotic cells castrum tubular epithelium, glomerular changes no studies. Brain, CNS decreased performance on neurocognitive tests, acute cholinergic toxicity, dose-dependent accumulation in cortex, midbrain, and vermis, electrophysiological changes in hippocampus no studies. DNA increased reports of cancers, increased urine mutagenicity and induction of tumors by nucleated cells with micronuclei, inhibition of cell cycle kinetics and proliferation, sister chromatid induction, tumorigenic phenotype. Bone, muscle no studies, inhibition of periodontal bone formation, and alveolar wound healing no studies. Reproductive uranium miners have more first-born female children, moderate to severe focal tubular atrophy, vacuolization of Leydig cells no studies. Lungs, respiratory no adverse health effects reported, severe nasal congestion and hemorrhage, lung lesions and fibrosis, edema and swelling, lung cancer no studies. Gastrointestinal vomiting, diarrhea, albuminuria N. Liver no effects seen at exposure dose, fatty livers, focal necrosis no studies. Skin no exposure assessment data available, swollen vacuolated epidermal cells, damage to hair follicles and sebaceous glands no studies. Tissues surrounding embedded dew fragments, elevated uranium urine concentrations, elevated uranium urine concentrations, perturbations in biochemical and neuropsychological testing no studies. Immune system chronic fatigue, rash, ear and eye infections, hair and weight loss, cough. May be due to combined chemical exposure rather than dew alone no studies. Eyes no studies. Conjunctivitis, irritation, inflammation, edema, ulceration of conjunctival sacs no studies. Blood no studies. Decrease in RBC count and hemoglobin concentration no studies. Cardiovascular myocarditis resulting from the uranium ingestion, which ended 6 months after ingestion no effects no studies. Uranium is pyrophoric when finely divided. 105. It will corrode under the influence of air and water, producing insoluble uranium-4 and soluble uranium bisalts. Soluble uranium salts are toxic. Uranium slowly accumulates in several organs, such as the liver, spleen, and kidneys. The World Health Organization has established a daily tolerated intake of soluble uranium salts for the general public of 0.5 micrograms per kilogram, 3.5 times 10⁻⁶ grains per pound, body weight, or 35 micrograms, 0.00054 grains, for a 70 kilograms, 150 pounds, adult. Epidemiological studies and toxicological tests on laboratory animals point to it as being immunotoxic. 106, teratogenic, 107, 108, neurotoxic, 109, with carcinogenic and leukemogenic potential. 110, a 2005 report by epidemiologists concluded the human epidemiological evidence is consistent with increased risk of birth defects in offspring of persons exposed to dew. 12. Early studies of depleted uranium aerosol exposure assumed that uranium combustion product particles would quickly settle out of the air. 111, and thus could not affect populations more than a few kilometers from target areas. 10, and that such particles, if inhaled, would remain undissolved in the lung for a great length of time and thus could be detected in urine. 112. Violently burning uranium droplets produce a gaseous vapor comprising about half of the uranium in their original mass. 113. Uranyl ion contamination in uranium oxides has been detected in the residue of two munitions fires. 114-115. Approximately 90 micrograms, 0.0014 grains, of natural uranium, on average, exist in the human body as a result of normal intake of water, food and air. Most is in the skeleton. The biochemistry of depleted uranium is the same as natural uranium. Radiological hazards. The primary radiation danger from pure depleted uranium is due to alpha particles, which do not travel far through air, and do not penetrate clothing. However, in a matter of a month or so, a sample of pure depleted uranium will generate small amounts of thorium-234 and protactinium-234, which emit the more penetrating beta particles at almost the same rate as the uranium emits alpha particles. This is because uranium-238 decays directly to thorium-234, which with a half-life of 24 days decays to protactinium-234, which in turn decays in a matter of hours to the long-lived uranium-234. A quasi-steady state is therefore reached within a few multiples of 24 days. Note 3. Available evidence suggests that the radiation risk is small relative to the chemical hazard. 99. Surveying the veteran-related evidence pertaining to the Gulf War, a 2001 editorial in the BMJ concluded that it was not possible to justify claims of radiation-induced lung cancer and leukemia in veterans of that conflict. 2. While agreeing with the editorial's conclusion, a reply noted that its finding in a negative was guaranteed, given that global dose estimates or results of mathematical modeling are too inaccurate to be used as dose values for an individual veteran, and that, as of April 2001, no practical method of measuring the expected small doses that each individual veteran would receive had been suggested. Notes 4. The author of the reply, a radiation scientist, went on to suggest a method that had been used several times before, including after the 1986 Chernobyl accident. Notes 4. Despite the widespread use of DO in the Iraq War, at least a year after the conflict began, testing for UK troops was still only in the discussion phase. Notes 5. The Royal Society Working Group on the Health Hazards of Depleted Uranium Munitions study concluded in 2002 that there were very low health risks associated with the use of depleted uranium, though it also ventured that, in extreme conditions and under worst-case assumptions, lung and kidney damage could occur, and that in worst-case scenarios high local levels of uranium could occur in food or water that could have adverse effects on the kidney. 116-117. In 2003, the Royal Society issued another urgent call to investigate the actual health and environmental impact of depleted uranium. Notes 2. The same year, a cohort study of Gulf War veterans found no elevated risks of cancer generally, nor of any specific cancers in particular, though recommended follow-up studies. 118. According to the World Health Organization, a radiation dose from DO would be about 60% of that from purified natural uranium with the same mass. The radiological dangers are lower because of its longer half-life and the removal of the more radioactive isotopes. Gulf War syndrome and soldier complaints. The approximate area and major clashes in which DO bullets and rounds were used in the Gulf War. Birth defects statistics in Basra, Iraq. 12-119. Main article, Gulf War Syndrome. Since 1991, the year the Gulf War ended, veterans and their families voiced concern about subsequent health problems. 120-121. In 1999, an assessment of the first 1,000 veterans involved in the Ministry of Defense's Gulf War Medical Assessment Program found no evidence of a single illness, physical or mental, that would explain the pattern of symptoms observed in the group. 120-120. In 1999, MedAct petitioned for the WHO to conduct an investigation into illnesses in veterans and Iraqi civilians. 123. A major 2006 review of peer-reviewed literature by a U.S. Institute of Medicine committee concluded that, because the symptoms vary greatly among individuals, They do not point to a syndrome unique to Gulf War veterans, though their report conceded that the lack of objective pre-deployment health data meant definitive conclusions were effectively impossible. Note 6-124. Simon Wesley praised the IOMS review, and noted that, despite its central conclusion that no novel syndrome existed, its other findings made it equally clear that service in the Gulf War did adversely affect health in some personnel. Note 7. Aside from the lack of baseline data to guide analysis of the veterans' post-war health, because no detailed health screening was carried out when the veterans entered service, another major stumbling block with some studies, like the 1000 veteran one, is that the subjects are self-selected, rather than a random sample, making general conclusions impossible. 120-120. Increased rates of immune system disorders and other wide-ranging symptoms, including chronic pain, fatigue and memory loss, have been reported in over 1/4 of combat veterans of the 1991 Gulf War. 125. Combustion products. 117. From depleted uranium munitions are being considered needs update, as one of the potential causes by the Research Advisory Committee on Gulf War Veterans Illnesses, as DO was used in 30mm and 25mm cannon rounds on a large scale for the first time in the Gulf War. Veterans of the conflicts in the Persian Gulf, Bosnia and the Kosovo have been found to have up to 14 times the usual level of chromosome abnormalities in their genes. 107-126. Serum-soluble genotoxic teratogens produce congenital disorders, and in white blood cells causes immune system damage. 127. A 2005 epidemiology review concluded, in aggregate the human epidemiological evidence is consistent with increased risk of birth defects in offspring of persons exposed to DO. 12. A 2001 study of 15,000 February 1991 U.S. Gulf War combat veterans and 15,000 control veterans found that the Gulf War veterans were 1.8 fathers to 2.8 mothers times as likely to have children with birth defects. 128. After examination of children's medical records 2 years later, the birth defect rate increased by more than 20%. Dr. Kang found that male Gulf War veterans reported having infants with likely birth defects
But it's not
at
harmful.
twice the rate of non-veterans. Furthermore, female Gulf War veterans were almost 3 times more likely to report children with birth defects than their non-Gulf counterparts. The numbers changed somewhat with medical records verification. However, Dr. Kang and his colleagues concluded that the risk of birth defects in children of deployed male veterans still was about 2.2 times that of non-deployed veterans. 129. In early 2004, the UK Pensions Appeal Tribunal Service attributed birth defect claims from a February 1991 Gulf War combat veteran to depleted uranium poisoning. 130-131. Looking at the risk of children of UK Gulf War veterans suffering genetic diseases such as congenital malformations, commonly called birth defects, one study found that the overall risk of any malformation was 50% higher in Gulf War veterans as compared to other veterans. 132.
Horrible.
Excerpt from a 1998 evaluation of environmental exposure to depleted uranium in the Persian Gulf by the U.S. Department of Defense. The U.S. Army has commissioned ongoing research into potential risks of depleted uranium and other projectile weapon materials like tungsten, which the U.S. Navy has used in place of DO since 1993. Studies by the U.S. Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute conclude that moderate exposures to either depleted uranium or uranium present a significant toxicological threat. 133. In 2003, Professor Brian Spratt, FRS, chairman of the Royal Society's Working Group on Depleted Uranium, said, "The question of who carries out the initial monitoring and cleanup is a political rather than scientific question, and the coalition needs to acknowledge that depleted uranium is a potential hazard and make inroads into tackling it by being open about where and how much depleted uranium has been deployed." 44. A 2008 review of all relevant articles appearing in the peer-reviewed journals on midline through to the end of 2007, including multiple cohort studies of veterans, found no consistent evidence of excess risks of neoplasms that could have some link to do, and that the overall incidence of cancers is not increased in the cohort studies of Gulf War and Balkans veterans. 134. Though a more comprehensive assessment is possible, a 2011 update on a cancer scare regarding Italian soldiers who had served in the Balkans found lower than expected incidence rates for all cancers, a finding consistent with lacking evidence of an increased cancer incidence among troops of other countries deployed in the areas of Iraq, Bosnia, and Kosovo, where armor-penetrating depleted uranium shells have been used. 135. One particular subgroup of veterans that may be at higher risk comprises those who have internally retained fragments of DU from shrapnel wounds. A laboratory study on rats produced by the Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute showed that, after a study period of 6 months, rats treated with depleted uranium coming from implanted pellets, comparable to the average levels in the urine of Desert Storm veterans with retained DU fragments, had developed a significant tendency to lose weight with respect to the control group. 136. Substantial amounts of uranium were accumulating in their brains and central nervous systems, and showed a significant reduction of neuronal activity in the hippocampus in response to external stimuli. The conclusions of the study show that brain damage from chronic uranium intoxication is possible at lower doses than previously thought. Results from computer-based neurocognitive tests performed in 1997 showed an association between uranium in the urine and problematic performance on automated tests assessing performance efficiency and accuracy. 137. A 2021 report concluded that uranium from exploding munitions did not lead to Gulf War illness, GWI, in veterans deployed in the 1991 Persian Gulf War. The study found no differences in secretion of uranium isotopic ratios from those meeting the standard case definitions of GWI and control veterans without GWI. The researchers say that the most likely remaining causes for GWI are widespread low-level exposure to sarin nerve gas released by the destruction of Iraqi chemical weapons storage facilities in January 1991. This was possibly compounded by the use of anti-nerve agent medications and the use of pesticides to prevent insect-borne diseases in coalition forces. 13. Iraqi population. Since 2001, medical personnel working for the Iraqi State Health Service controlled by Saddam Hussein at the Basra Hospital in southern Iraq have reported a sharp increase in the incidence of child leukemia and genetic malformation among babies born in the decade following the Gulf War. Iraqi doctors attributed these malformations to possible long-term effects of DU, an opinion that was echoed by several newspapers. 90 to 138, 139, 140. In 2004, Iraq had the highest mortality rate due to leukemia of any country. 141, 142. In 2003, the Royal Society called for Western militaries to disclose where and how much DU they had used in Iraq so that rigorous, and hopefully conclusive, studies could be undertaken out in affected areas. 143. The International Coalition to Ban Uranium Weapons, ICBUW, likewise urged that an epidemiological study be made in the Basra region, as asked for by Iraqi doctors. 144, but no peer-reviewed study has yet been undertaken in Basra. Medical
Wonder why.
survey, cancer, infant mortality and birth-sex ratio in Fallujah, Iraq 2005 to 2009, published in July 2010, states that the increases in cancer and birth defects are alarmingly high, and that infant mortality 2009-2010 has reached 13.6%. The group compares the dramatic increase, 5 years after wartime exposure in 2004, with the lymphoma that Italian peacekeepers 145 developed after the Balkan Wars and the increased cancer risk in certain parts of Sweden because of the Chernobyl fallout. The origin and time of introduction of the carcinogenic agent causing the genetic stress the group will address in a separate report. 146. The report mentions depleted uranium as one potentially relevant exposure but makes no conclusions on the source. 4 studies investigating links between the use of depleted uranium by coalition forces during the Second Battle of Fallujah were conducted in 2012, one of which described the people of Fallujah as having the highest rate of genetic damage in any population ever studied. In response to these studies, Ross Caputi, a former U.S. Marine who participated in the battle, wrote a Guardian article calling for the United States government to conduct its own study into the matter. 147. The Balkans. Sites in Kosovo and southern central Serbia where NATO aviation used depleted uranium during the 1999 Kosovo War. In 2001, the World Health Organization reported that data from Kosovo was inconclusive and called for further studies. 148. That same year, governments of several European countries, particularly Italy, reported an increase in illnesses and developments of cancers among veterans that served in Balkan peacekeeping missions. 149. A 2003 study by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, in Bosnia and Herzegovina stated that low levels of contaminant were found in drinking water and air particulate that do penetrate the impact points. The levels were stated as not a cause for alarm. Yet, Ben Hayes too, chairman of the UNEP project stated, the findings of this study stress again the importance of appropriate cleanup and civil protection measures in a post-conflict situation. 150. A team of Italian scientists from the University of Siena reported in 2005 that, although dew was clearly added to the soil in the study area, the phenomenon was very limited spatially and the total uranium concentrations fell within the natural range of the element in soils. Moreover, the absolute uranium concentrations indicate that there was no contamination of the earthworm species studied. 151. In 2018, Serbia set up a commission of inquiry into the consequences of the use of depleted uranium during the 1999 NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in southern Serbia and its link to the rise of diseases and tumors among citizens, particularly in young children born after 1999. Zoran Radovanovic, an epidemiologist and the chairman of the Serbian Medical Association's Ethics Committee, denied that there had been a rise in cancer cases in areas where bombings had taken place. He continued by saying that Serbians frequently worry about a cancer epidemic that does not exist. 152. NATO has repeatedly claimed that depleted uranium found in the ammunition used in the 1999 bombardments cannot be linked to adverse health effects. 153. Okinawa, Japan. Between 1995 and 1996, U.S. Marine Avenue 8B Harrier jets accidentally fired more than 1,500 rounds at the Torai Shimagane range. The military did not notify the Japanese government until January 1997. 154. Sardinia, Italy. Depleted uranium has been named as a possible contributing factor to a high incidence of birth defects and cancer near the Salto di Quirra weapons testing range on the Italian island of Sardinia. 155. Contamination as a result of the Afghan war. The Canadian Uranium Medical Research Centre obtained urine samples from bombed civilian areas in Jalalabad that showed concentrations of 80 to 400 nanograms per litre. 5.6 times 10⁻6 to 2.81 times 10⁻5 grains/impgal of undepleted uranium, far higher than the typical concentration in the British population of 5 nanograms per litre, 3.5 times 10⁻7 grains/impgal. 156. Remscheid, Germany. Main article, 1988 Remscheid A-10 crash. On the 8th of December 1988, an A-10 Thunderbolt II attack jet of the United States Air Force crashed onto a residential area in the city of Remscheid, West Germany. The aircraft crashed into the upper floor of an apartment complex. In addition to the pilot, 5 people were killed. 50 others were injured, many of them seriously. When the number of cancer cases in the vicinity of the accident rose disproportionately in the years after, suspicion rose that the depleted uranium ballast in the jet may have been the cause. 12. This was denied by the US military. However, 70 tons of topsoil from the accident scene was removed and taken away to a depot. 157. Film material taken during the topsoil removal show radiation warning signs. 158. 120 residents and rescue workers reported skin diseases. Medical diagnosis concluded that these symptoms related to toxic irritative dermatitis. 159. Studies indicating negligible effects. Studies in 2005 and earlier have concluded that ammunition has no measurable detrimental health effects. A 1999 literature review conducted by the RAND Corporation stated, "No evidence is documented in the literature of cancer or any other negative health effects related to the radiation received from exposure to depleted or natural uranium, whether inhaled or ingested, even at very high doses." 160, and a RAND report authored by the U.S. Defense Department Undersecretary charged with evaluating DOE hazards considered the debate to be more political than scientific. 161. A 2001 oncology study concluded that the present scientific consensus is that DOE exposure to humans, in locations where DOE ammunition was deployed, is very unlikely to give rise to cancer induction. 162. Former NATO Secretary General Lord Robertson stated in 2001 that the existing medical consensus is clear. The hazard from depleted uranium is both very limited and limited to very specific circumstances. 163. A 2002 study from the Australian Defence Ministry concluded that there has been no established increase in mortality or morbidity in workers exposed to uranium in uranium processing industries. Studies of Gulf War veterans show that, in those who have retained fragments of depleted uranium following combat-related injury, it has been possible to detect elevated urinary uranium levels, but no kidney toxicity or other adverse health effects related to depleted uranium after a decade of follow-up. 164. P. Roberto Denzai, then director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, Sabersdorf Plus Laboratory, stated in 2002 that there is a consensus now that DOE does not represent a health threat. 165. The IAEA reported in 2003 that, based on credible scientific evidence, there is no proven link between DOE exposure and increases in human cancers or other significant health or environmental impacts, although like other heavy metals, DOE is potentially poisonous. In sufficient amounts, if DOE is ingested or inhaled, it can be harmful because of its chemical toxicity. High concentration could cause kidney damage. The IAEA concluded that, while depleted uranium is a potential carcinogen, there is no evidence that it has been carcinogenic in humans. 166. A 2005 study by Sandia National Laboratories Al Marshall used mathematical models to analyze potential health effects associated with accidental exposure to depleted uranium during the 1991 Gulf War. Marshall's study concluded that the reports of cancer risks from DOE exposure are not supported by his analysis nor by veteran medical statistics. Marshall also examined possible genetic effects due to radiation from depleted uranium. 167. Chemical effects, including potential reproductive issues associated with depleted uranium exposure, were discussed in some detail in a subsequent journal paper. 168. Atmospheric contamination as a result of military actions. Elevated radiation levels consistent with very low-level atmospheric depleted uranium contamination have been found in air samples taken by the UK Atomic Weapons Establishment at several monitoring sites in Britain. These elevated readings appear to coincide with Operation Anaconda in Afghanistan, and the shock and awe bombing campaign at the start of the Second Gulf War. 169-170. Other contamination cases. On the 4th of October 1992, an El Al Boeing 747F cargo aircraft, Flight 1862, crashed into an apartment building in Amsterdam. Local residents and rescue workers complained of various unexplained health issues, which were being attributed to the release of hazardous materials during the crash and subsequent fires. Authorities conducted an epidemiological study in 2,000 of those believed to be affected by the accident. The study concluded that there was no evidence to link depleted uranium, used as counterbalance weights on the elevators of the plane, to any of the reported health complaints. 79. Safety and environmental issues. About 95% of the depleted uranium produced until now is stored as uranium hexafluoride, DUF6, in steel cylinders in open-air yards close to enrichment plants. Each cylinder contains up to 12.7 tons, or 14 US tons, of UF6. In the US alone, 560,000 tons of depleted UF6 had accumulated by 1993. In 2005, 686,500 tons in 57,122 storage cylinders were located near Portsmouth, Ohio, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Paducah, Kentucky. 2627. The long-term storage of UF6 presents environmental, health, and safety risks because of its chemical instability. When UF6 is exposed to moist air, it reacts with the water in the air and produces UO2F2, uranyl fluoride, and HF, hydrogen fluoride, both of which are highly soluble and toxic. Storage cylinders must be regularly inspected for signs of corrosion and leaks. The estimated lifetime of the steel cylinders is measured in decades. 171. There have been several accidents involving uranium hexafluoride in the United States. 30. The vulnerability of DUF6 storage cylinders to terrorist attack is apparently not the subject of public reports. However, the US government has been converting DUF6 to solid uranium oxides for disposal. 31. Disposing of the whole DUF6 inventory could cost anywhere from $15 to $450 million. 32. DUF6 storage yard far, cropped. JPG. Corroded DUF6 cylinder.jpg. Corroded DUF6 cylinder.jpg. A typical DUF6 cylinder storage yard. DUF6 cylinders, painted, left, and corroded, right. See also. CANDU reactor, commercial power reactors that can use unenriched uranium fuel. Environmental impact of war. Traveling wave reactor, a reactor that uses depleted uranium for fuel. Notes. In natural uranium, about 49% of the radiation comes from U-238, 49% from U-234, and 2% from U-235. In depleted uranium, the amounts of U-235 and U-234 are both reduced, but there is still much more radiation from the U-234 than from the U-235. Moszynski 2003. The article quotes Professor Brian Spratt of the Royal Society's DE Working Group. It is highly unsatisfactory to deploy a large amount of material that is weakly radioactive and chemically toxic without knowing how much soldiers and civilians have been exposed to. The amounts of both thorium-234 and protactinium-234 after the first days and for millions of years thereafter will be approximately proportional to 1-2 - 24 days. See Crane, Kenneth S. 1988. Introductory Nuclear Physics. ISBN 978-0-471-80553-3. Mold 2001. Mold's suggestion was electron paramagnetic resonance dosimetry using tooth enamel. He also wrote that the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology was able, using this method, to measure doses as low as 20 millisieverts, and that, if it were asked to, the NIST would be able to get involved, meaning at least one center could help undertake a screening program for veterans. Greenberg et al. 2004, which found that perhaps a quarter of all UK troops would have been interested in undergoing DO-related monitoring, although the desire for due screening is more closely linked to current health status rather than plausible exposure to due. Confusingly, Mozinski 2003 reports that testing is now available to all troops that served in Iraq, and does not say if this is testing ALA mode. Churitan 2006. The quote is of Lynn Goldman, who chaired the IM committee that carried out the review. Churitan 2006. The quote is of Wesley himself. References. Figure 1. The penetrator from the A10 30mm round. The 12th of April 2007. Archived from the original in the 12th of April 2007. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. McDiarmid, Melissa A. 2001. Depleted uranium and public health. 50-year study of occupational exposure provides little evidence of cancer. BMJ. 322, 7279, 123, 124. doi:10.10.10.136/BMJ.322.7279.123. to 25,466,001. PMC 1,119,402. Mid 11,159,557. Depleted uranium possesses only 60% of the radioactivity of natural uranium, having been depleted of much of its most highly radioactive U-234 and U-235 isotopes. UN Environment Programme confirms uranium-236 found in depleted uranium penetrators. Press release. UN. The 16th of January 2001. An EP/81. Archived from the original in the 17th of July 2001. Retrieved the 28th of April 2020. Stagn-Greiser, Matthew D. March 2004. Chemical and radiological toxicity of depleted uranium. Military Medicine. 169, 3, 212 216. doi:10.7269.169.3.212. Mid 15,080,241. By its very nature, DU contains only 50% to 60% of the radioactivity of naturally occurring uranium. Properties and characteristics of DU archived the 18th of February 2013 at the Wayback Machine U.S. Office of the Secretary of Defense. Miller, A. C. McLean, D. 2007. A review of depleted uranium biological effects, in vitro and in vivo studies. Reviews on environmental health. 22, 1, 7589. doi:10.10.1,515/rev.2007.22.1.75. Permit 17,508,699. S2 SID 25,156,511. Patterson, John E., Hagdenberg, Richard P., Green, Stewart, 2010. Enhancement of natural background gamma radiation dose around uranium microparticles in the human body. Journal of the Royal Society Interface. 7, 45, 603 611. doi:10.10.1,098/SIF.2009.0300. PMC 2,842,777. Mid 19,776,147. Kraft Hess, Abukairo, Flaherty, Garofalo MC, Rinkava JHL, Abdonia MB, 2004. Depleted and natural uranium, chemistry and toxicological effects, PDF, Journal of Toxicology and Environmental Health Part B, Critical Reviews. 7, 4, 297 317. Site Circs 10.1.1.535.5247. doi colon 10.10100937400490452714 mid 15,205,046 S2 SID 9,357,795 archived PDF from the original in the 9th of October 2022 biological half-lives Georgia State University, US. Mitzik, C. Ilf-Iriades, K. Hausiades, C. Lazarides, M. 2003. Modeling of the dispersion of depleted uranium aerosol. Health Physics. 84, 4, 538, 544. doi colon 10.1097 slash 0000040 32000000001 4 mid 12,705,453 S2 SID 3,244,650 Gmail, Da, the 16th of March 2013 Iraq's Wars, A Legacy of Cancer. Al Jazeera. Retrieved the 29th of November 2018. Indiana, Brady, Panica B. 2005. Teratogenicity of depleted uranium aerosols. A review from an epidemiological perspective. Environmental Health. 4, 1, 17. doi colon 10.1186 1476 069 x 417 PMC 1,242,351 PMID 16,124,873 New research shows Gulf War illness not caused by depleted uranium from munitions. SciTech Daily. The 18th of February 2021. Retrieved the 19th of February 2021. Farthi, R. A. Matti, L. Y. Al-Salih, H. S. Godbold, D. 2013. Environmental pollution by depleted uranium in Iraq with special reference to molecule and possible effects on cancer and birth defect rates. Medicine, Conflict and Survival. 29, 1, 725. doi colon 10.1081 3 62369.2013.76517 mid 23,729,095 S2 SID 45,404,607 Alauni, Samira, Tarfash, Mohammed, Busby, Christopher, Hamden, Malak, Blarick Bush, L. Eanor, December 2011. Uranium and other contaminants in hair from the parents of children with congenital anomalies in Fallujah, Iraq. Conflict and Health. 5, 1, 15. doi colon 10.1186 slash 1752 to 1505515. PMC 3,177,876. Mid 21,888,647. Diel, Peter, 1999. Depleted uranium, a byproduct of the nuclear chain. International Network of Engineers and Scientists Against Proliferation. Archived from the original in the 13th of January 2013. Proceedings of American Nuclear Society 2013 Wilmington, North Carolina. ANS American Nuclear Society. 2013. OCLC 864,923,078. Hamilton, Douglas, the 25th of January 2001. NATO, 50 countries see no depleted uranium illness. Reuters Health Information. Archived from the original in the 20th of February 2001. Retrieved the 12th of December 2013. Hastings, Deborah, the 12th of August 2006. Is an armament sickening U.S. soldiers? Associated Press. Archived from the original in the 3rd of July 2014. Retrieved the 30th of March 2015. Oakford, Samuel, the 14th of February 2017. The United States used depleted uranium in Syria. Foreign policy. Retrieved the 3rd of March 2017. History of depleted uranium and what it is used for. Energy Solutions. Archived from the original in the 21st of July 2015. Retrieved the 7th of August 2015. Shelton S., Daxney, Oxenberg T., Kalski RT, Lindsay Do, O'Brien GP, Silver D. G., Smith Ra, Stone S. J., Strickland L., Thompson BM, Tomitor SF, June 1995. Health and environmental consequences of depleted uranium use in the U.S. Army. Technical report. U.S. Army Environmental Policy Institute, EPI. DOI:10. 13,140 halves.1.3468.3201. Depleted uranium WHO fact sheet 10 degrees 257, revised January 2003. Plutonium in DO weapons, a chronology archived the 10th of May 2013 at the Wayback Machine. Dr. Michael Repekali, WHO. Busby, Chris, 2010. Uranium and Health, the Health Effects of Exposure to Uranium and Uranium Weapons Fallout, PDF. The European Committee on Radiation Risk. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 4th of November 2011. Documents of the ECRR 2010-02, Brussels, 2010. FAQ 16. How much depleted uranium hexafluoride is stored in the United States? Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 25th of November 2021. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. Depleted UF6 Management Program Documents. Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 1st of November 2021. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. What happens if a cylinder of uranium hexafluoride leaks? Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 22nd of January 2022. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. Overview of Depleted Uranium Hexafluoride Management Program, PDF, Report. U.S. Department of Energy Office of Environmental Management. Fall 2001. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 22nd of January 2022. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. FAQ 30. Have there been accidents involving uranium hexafluoride? Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 2nd of March 2021. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. FAQ 22. What is going to happen to the uranium hexafluoride stored in the United States? Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 22nd of January 2022. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. FAQ 27. Are there any currently operating disposal facilities that can accept all of the depleted uranium oxide that would be generated from conversion of DOE's depleted UF6 inventory? Depleted UF6 Management Information Network. Archived from the original in the 1st of November 2021. Retrieved the 22nd of January 2022. Depleted uranium inventories. Retrieved the 26th of February 2016. Peacock, H. B. March 1992. Pyrophoricity of uranium, PDF. Westinghouse Savannah River Company. P. 2. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Retrieved the 3rd of May 2015. Primer on Spontaneous Heating and Pyrophoricity, PDF. United States Department of Energy. The 6th of January 2015. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 4th of September 2015. Retrieved the 3rd of May 2015. McManus, Hugh, Gulf War I Real Voices from the Frontline, Ebury Publishing, 2010, ISBN 9780091935986 p. 91. Fay, D. The 12th of March 2003. Science or Science Fiction? Facts, Myths and Propaganda in the Debate over Depleted Uranium Weapons, PDF. Table 1 on p. 13. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 1st of June 2005. Franzen, Harold, the 5th of March 2001. The Science of the Silver Bullet. Scientific American. Retrieved the 7th of April 2023. Falconbridge, Guy, the 24th of March 2023. Explainer, what are depleted uranium weapons, and what are the risks? Reuters. Retrieved the 7th of April 2023. Depleted uranium tank shells, why are they used and how do they work? Forces Network. Retrieved the 7th of April 2023. McDonald's, Avril, Kleffner, Jan K. and Toebs, Bridget eds. 2003, The International Legality of the Use of Depleted Uranium Weapons, A Precautionary Approach. TMC as a Press. Peck, Michael, the 24th of December 2018. Russia is arming its tanks with a controversial new bullet. The National Interest. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2023. Edwards, Rob, the 19th of June 2014. US fired depleted uranium at civilian areas in 2003 Iraq War, report finds. The Guardian. Brown, Paul, the 25th of April 2003. Gulf troops face tests for cancer. The Guardian. Retrieved the 29th of August 2013. M1A1 Abrams variant will be given to Ukraine to expedite tank deliveries. The Drive. The 21st of March 2023. Advisory Opinion 1996 July 8. General List Number 95, Rec. and G. Archived the 22nd of May 2014 at the Wayback Machine. Cornet.nl. Retrieved the 16th of January 2011. Citizen inspectors foiled in search for DO weapons. Houston Progressive. Archived from the original in the 1st of September 2015. Retrieved the 16th of January 2011. Depleted uranium UN resolutions. Prop1.org. Retrieved the 16th of January 2011. International Peace and Security as an UNHCR.ch. Retrieved the 16th of January 2011. Open Document Subcommission Resolution 1997-36. Human rights and weapons of mass destruction, or with indiscriminate effect, or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, PDF. United Nations Economic and Social Council. The 27th of June 2002. Backup. In its decision 2001-36 of the 16th of August 2001, the Subcommission, recalling its resolutions 1997-36 and 1997-37 of the 28th of August 1997, authorized Mr. YKJ Yoon-sek-yoon to prepare, without financial implications, in the context of human rights and humanitarian norms, the working paper originally assigned to Ms. 4 Aero Gross. Sills, Joe et al. April 2002, Environmental Crimes and Military Actions and the International Criminal Court, ICC, United Nations Perspectives, PDF, HTML, of American Council for the UN University. p. 28 archived the 26th of March 2009 at the Wayback Machine. 2. Use of depleted uranium projectiles. Final report to the prosecutor by the committee established to review the NATO bombing campaign against the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, report. Archived from the original in the 6th of August 2009. McDonald's, Avril, October 2008. Depleted uranium weapons, the next target for disarmament. PDF. Disarmament Forum. United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. 3. 1920. Archived PDF from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Gibbons, O.T. December 2004. Uses and effects of depleted uranium munitions towards a moratorium on use. Yearbook of International Humanitarian Law. 7, 191-232. doi colon 10.1017/S1389135904001916. ICBU's membership includes 85 groups in 22 countries worldwide. The International Coalition to Ban Uranium Weapons. The 27th of September 2006. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2007. Session document. European Parliament resolution on the harmful effects of unexploded ordnance, landmines and cluster submunitions, and depleted uranium ammunition, PDF. The 10th of February 2003. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2007. European Parliament makes fourth call for to ban. The International Coalition to Ban Uranium Weapons. The 22nd of November 2006. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2007. 2. Some NATO countries reject moratorium. UN Wire. The 11th of January 2001. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2007. Depleted uranium. A petition reply. The Prime Minister's Office. The 22nd of March 2007. Archived from the original in the 14th of May 2007. Retrieved the 22nd of March 2007. United Nations General Assembly Session 62 Verbatim Report 61. A/62/PV.61 page 14. The Acting President the 5th of December 2007. Retrieved the 21st of August 2008. United Nations General Assembly Session 62 Verbatim Report 61. A/62/PV.61 page 25. Mr. de Klerk Netherlands the 5th of December 2007. Retrieved the 21st of August 2008. Staff. UN Secretary General publishes report on uranium weapons, ICBU, the 17th of September 2008. UN Department of Public Information, effects of the use of armaments and ammunitions containing depleted uranium, A/C.1/63/L.26. Press release. UN. The 2nd of December 2008. GAR/10792. See Draft 14 and Annex 13. UK Uranium Weapons Network launched as Belgium becomes first country to ban depleted uranium weapons. Archived the 3rd of March 2016 at the Wayback Machine. Bandepleteduranium.org, the 22nd of June 2009. Retrieved the 16th of January 2011. English translation of Belgian text banning uranium weapons and armor, PDF. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. Belgian Senate votes to ban investments by Belgian financial institutions into uranium weapon manufacturers, PDF. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. Resolución Latinoamericana de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos, Justicia y Políticas Carcelarias, Prohibición de las Armas de Uranio, PDF. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 1st of March 2012. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. ICBU. Irish depleted uranium ban bill sails through Senate with cross-party support. Bandepleteduranium.org. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. OIR's website, Prohibition of Depleted Uranium Weapons Bill 2009 inches. OIR's.t. The 2nd of July 2009. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. ICBU. Costa Rica bans depleted uranium weapons. Bandepleteduranium.org. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. UNGA, 2012, A/Res/67/36 resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the 3rd of December 2012. Effects of the use of armaments and ammunitions containing depleted uranium. UNGA, 2014, A/Res/69/57 effects of the use of armaments and ammunitions containing depleted uranium. ICBU 2014, The Politics Behind the Vote on 2014's UN Depleted Uranium Resolution. UNGA, 2014, Effects of the Use of Armaments and Ammunitions Containing Depleted Uranium. Report of the Secretary General. Vaziri, Kamran. Radiation Basics, Radiation Shielding. Health Physics Society. Retrieved the 26th of January 2023. The Incorporated IR-100 Gamma Ray Camera. Archived from the original in the 30th of September 2007. Depleted uranium found as coloring matter in enamel, France. Uwage de Haag, P.A. Smetzers, R.C., Whitlux, H.W., Grues, H.W., Isinger, A.H. 2000. Evaluating the risk from depleted uranium after the Boeing 747-258F crash in Amsterdam, 1,992 inches. Journal of Hazardous Materials. 76, 1, 3958. doi:10.1016/SO 3043,894 May 10,863,013. AC 2123 Avoiding or minimizing encounters with aircraft equipped with depleted uranium balance weights during accident investigations, PDF. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Pendewick heading for Base Strait. The Sydney Morning Herald, December 4, 1973, p. 17. Roaring Forties, Chapter 22, France's Inspiration. Volvo Ocean Race. The 19th of August 2013. Archived from the original in the 19th of August 2013. Retrieved the 26th of February 2016. Pfeiffer, B. 1983. An experiment at D0 to study anti-proton, proton collisions at 2TeF. Design Report, Office of Scientific and Technical Information, OSTI. doi:10.2172 1,131,090. The Zeus detector, status report 1,993 inches. 2007 Circular Priority List of Hazardous Substances. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. Archived from the original in the 4th of September 2011. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, 1999. Toxicological Profile for Uranium. Washington, D.C., U.S. Public Health Service. Step 2002, p. 1. Briefly, inhaled and insoluble means that the dew particles will stick around in the lungs and attendant lymph nodes, presenting a radiological risk. Highly soluble means those particles are off to the kidneys, where toxicity is the issue. Johnson, Larry. Iraqi cancers, birth defects blamed on U.S. depleted uranium. Seattle Post-Intelligencer. Archived from the original in the 20th of November 2008. Kirby, Alex. The 7th of June 1999. Depleted uranium, the lingering poison. BBC. Richardson, J.J. The 23rd of June 1999. Depleted uranium, the invisible threat. Mother Jones. O'Callaghan, John. The 30th of July 1999. Panel says depleted uranium shells leave birth defects, death. Reuters. Archived from the original in the 7th of March 2008. Retrieved the 7th of November 2007. Taylor Martin, Susan. The 25th of May 2003. How harmful is depleted uranium? The St. Petersburg Times. Gonzalez, Juan, the 29th of September 2004. The war's littlest victim. NY Daily News. Archived from the original in the 12th of July 2007. Health effects of uranium. Toxicological profile for uranium. Archived from the original in the 23rd of November 2007. Zwijnenburg, Wim, 2012. Hazard Away, Lessons Learned from Military Field Manuals on Depleted Uranium and How to Move Forward for Civilian Protection Norms, PDF. Utrecht, IKV Pax Christi. ISBN 978-9070-44327-6. Norton Taylor, Richard, the 11th of January 2001. Mod new shells were cancer risk. The Guardian. Retrieved the 29th of August 2013. Williams, M. The 9th of February 2004. First award for depleted uranium poisoning claim. The Herald Online, Edinburgh, Herald Newspapers, Limited. Campaign against depleted uranium, Spring, 2004. Mod forced to pay pension for due contamination. Cadu News 17. Miller, A. C. Stewart, M. Brooks, K. She, L. Page, N. 2002. Depleted uranium catalyzed oxidative DNA damage, absence of significant alpha particle decay. Journal of Inorganic Biochemistry. 91, 1, 246-252. doi:10.1016/S016201340203914. Mid 12,121,782. Step 2002, p. 2. Livengood, David R. 1996. Introduction to the Problem, PDF. In David R. Livengood, ed. Health Effects of Embedded Depleted Uranium Fragments. Bethesda, Maryland, Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute. p. 3. Step 2002, p. 19. Gmelin Handbuch der Anorganischen Chemie 8th edition, English translation. Gmelin Handbook of Inorganic Chemistry, Volume UA7, 1982, pages 300 to 322. Harley, Naomi H., Folks, Ernest C., Ilborn, Lee H., Hudson, Arlene, Anthony, C. Ross, 1999. A Review of the Scientific Literature as it Pertains to Gulf War Illnesses, Volume 7, Depleted Uranium, PDF. Washington, D.C., National Defense Research Institute, RAND. Pages 1 to 12. ISBN 978-08332,681-1. Mr. 1018 7 OSD. Chapter, Pyrophoric Metals, Uranium. Archived from the original in the 7th of March 2008. In Primer on Spontaneous Heating and Pyrophoricity. DOE Handbook. U.S. Department of Energy. Archived from the original in the 3rd of May 2008. 1b. Fleming J., Schultz T., Saylor G., 2006. In vitro immune toxicity of depleted uranium, effects on murine macrophages, CD4 plus T cells, and gene expression profiles. Environmental health perspectives. 114, 1, 8591. doi:10.1289/ep.8085. PMC 1,332,661. PMIT 16,393,663. AFS and DP, Still KR, Ritchie GD, 2001. A review of the effects of uranium and depleted uranium exposure on reproduction and fetal development. Toxicology and industrial health. 17, 510, 180-191. doi:10.1191/074820 3370 TH111 mid 12,539,863. S2 SID 25,310,165. Domingo JL 2001. Reproductive and Developmental Toxicity of Natural and Depleted Uranium, a review. Reproductive Toxicology. 15, 6, 603-9. doi:10.1016/S08906238 mid 11,738,513. Brinner W., Murray J., 2005. Effects of short-term and long-term depleted uranium exposure on open-field behavior and brain lipid oxidation in rats. Neurotoxicology and Teratology. 27, 1, 135-44. doi:10.1016/J.10TT.2004.09.001. Mid 15,681,127. Miller, A. C. Beltran, D. Rivas, R. Stewart, M. Merlot, R. J. Lyson, P. B. June 2005. Radiation and depleted uranium-induced carcinogenesis studies, characterization of the carcinogenic process and development of medical countermeasures, PDF. Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute. NATO RTG 09920005. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 7th of February 2012. Rostke, B. 2000. Research Report Summaries. Depleted Uranium in the Gulf, 2, Technical Report. Environmental Exposure Reports. Office of the Special Assistant for Gulf War Illnesses, Department of Defense. Number 2,179-2. Archived from the original in the 14th of June 2006. Haran, P. Dietz, L. Durakovic, A. August 2002. The Quantitative Analysis of Depleted Uranium Isotopes in British, Canadian, and U.S. Gulf War Veterans. Military Medicine. 167, 8, 626-127. doi:10.1093/milms/167.8.620. Mid 12,188,230. Carter, R. F. Stewart, K. 1970. On the oxide fume formed by the combustion of plutonium and uranium. Inhaled particles. 2, 819-38. Mid 5,527,739. Selbu B. Janssens K. Lidok, Brust K. Jidsel L. Dings IPR, 2005. Oxidation states of uranium in depleted uranium particles from Kuwait. Journal of Environmental Radioactivity. 78, 2, 125-135. doi:10.101016/J.Genverad.2004.04.001. Mid 15,511,555. Rostke, B. 2000. Depleted Uranium in the Gulf, 2, Technical Report. Environmental Exposure Reports. Office of the Special Assistant for Gulf War Illnesses, Department of Defense. Number 2,179-2. Archived from the original in the 12th of April 2007. Patel, Amit, 2006. No strong link between depleted uranium and cancer. BMJ. 333, 7575, 970-971. doi:10.1136/BMJ.333.7575.971b. to 40,700,763. PMC 1,633,807. PMIT 17,082,557. T. Majority evidence and expert opinion on the lack of a clear association between depleted uranium are quite consistent. Murphy, Dominic, Greenberg, Neil, Bland, Duncan, 2009. Health Concerns in UK Armed Forces Personnel. Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine. 102, 4, 143, 147. doi:10.1010.JRSM.2009.0803887. PMC 2,666,054. PMID 19,349,506. Metallic DO is weakly radioactive and therefore contact with unbroken skin is an extremely low risk to health. However, when a DO round strikes an armored target, it undergoes spontaneous partial combustion resulting in a fine aerosol of largely insoluble uranium oxides. Presence of this aerosol elevates the risk of potentially chemotoxic or radiotoxic exposure via inhalation or ingestion. T. Here is now a large body of evidence to suggest that, whatever the cause of the ill health experienced by Gulf War veterans, neither DO nor vaccinations are likely to have caused them. McFarlane, Gary J., Biggs, Anne-Marie, McConaughey, Noreen, Otopf, Matthew, Doyle, Patricia, Lunt, Mark, 2003. Incidence of cancer among UK Gulf War veterans, cohort study. BMJ. 327, 7,428, 1373 to 1375. doi:10.1127.7428.1373. To 25,458,017. PMC 292,984. PMID 14,670,879. There is no current excess risk of cancer overall nor of site-specific cancers in Gulf War veterans. Specific exposures during deployment have not resulted in a subsequent increased risk of cancer. The long latent period for cancer, however, necessitates the continued follow-up of these cohorts. Al-Sabak, M. Sadiq Ali, S. Saivabi, O. Saivabi, G. Dastgiri, S. Saivabi Asfahani, M. 2012. Metal contamination and the epidemic of congenital birth defects in Iraqi cities. Bulletin of Environmental Contamination and Toxicology. 89, 5, 937 944. doi:10.1010/S0012801208117-2. PMC 3,464,374. PMID 22,983,726. S2 SID 10,774,986. Murphy, Francis M. 1999. Gulf War Syndrome. There may be no specific syndrome, but troops suffer after most wars. BMJ. 318, 7,179, 274 275. doi:10.10.136/BMJ.318.7179.274. To 25,181,681. PMC 1,114,762. PMID 9,924,035. TF Gulf War veterans' illnesses are real and sometimes disabling. They do not seem to constitute a unique illness. Rock, Doug, 2002. Dr. Doug Rock Address on Depleted Uranium. True Democracy. 2. Coker, W. J. Bat, B. M. Blatchley, N. F. Graham, J. T. 1999. Clinical findings for the first 1,000 Gulf War veterans in the Ministry of Defense's Medical Assessment Program. BMJ. 318, 7,179, 290-294. doi:10.1136/BMJ.318.7179.290 to 25,181,700. PMC 27,710. PMID 9,924,053. As the veterans assessed by the program were all self-selected, the prevalence of illness in Gulf War veterans cannot be determined from this study. Furthermore, it is not known whether the veterans in this study were representative of sick veterans as a group. Stott, Robin, Oldstock, Douglas, 1999. WHO should undertake full inquiry into Gulf War illness. BMJ. 318, 7,195, 1,422. doi:10.1136/BMJ.318.7195.1422a to 25,184,732. PMC 1,115,801. PMA 10,334,774. Iverson, Amy, Schauder, Trudy, Wesley, Simon, 2007. Gulf War illness, lessons from medically unexplained symptoms. Clinical Psychology Review. 27, 7, 842 854. doi:10.1016/J.CPR.2007.07.006. Permit 17,707,114. Despite clear evidence of an increase in symptom burden and a decrease in well-being among Gulf War veterans, exhaustive clinical and laboratory-based scientific research has failed to document many reproducible biomedical abnormalities in this group. Likewise, there has been no evidence of an increase in disease-related mortality. U.S. Research Advisory Committee on Gulf War Veterans Illnesses, 2004, Scientific Progress in Understanding Gulf War Veterans Illnesses, Report and Recommendations archived the 31st of December 2006 at the Wayback Machine. Fleming, N. Townsend, M. The 11th of August 2002. Gulf Veteran Babies Risk Deformities. The Guardian. Retrieved the 29th of August 2013. Schroeder H. Himmers A. Prexelbima, Scott A. Hoffman W. 2003. Chromosome Aberration Analysis in Peripheral Lymphocytes of Gulf War and Balkans War Veterans, PDF. Radiation Protection Dosimetry. 103, 3, 211, 219. doi:10.1013/oxfordjournals.apd.a006135. PMID 12,678,382. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 8th of January 2014. Kang H., McGeesy, Mahansi, Lee K., Murphy F., Jackson L., Matanowski G., 2001. Pregnancy Outcomes Among U.S. Gulf War Veterans, a population-based survey of 30,000 veterans. Annals of Epidemiology. 11, 7, 504 511. doi:10.1016/S1047 2797 010022459. PMID 11,557,183. Department of Veterans Affairs, 2003. Goose and Days, New Information Regarding Birth Defects, PDF. Gulf War Review. 12, 1, 10. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 29th of September 2006. Gulf soldier wins pension fight. BBC News. The 2nd of February 2004. Ian Sample, Nick Fleming, the 17th of April 2003. When the dust settles. The Guardian. Retrieved the 29th of August 2013. Doyle, P. McConaughey, N. Davis, G. McConaughey, I. Pellerin, M. Pryor, S. Lewis, S. 2004. Miscarriage, stillbirth and congenital malformation in the offspring of UK veterans of the First Gulf War. International Journal of Epidemiology. 33, 1, 7486. doi :10.1093/I/DEHO49. Mid 15,075,150. McLean, D. E. Miller, A. C. Kalinich, J. F. June 2005. Status of health concerns about military use of depleted uranium and surrogate metals in armor-penetrating munitions. PDF. Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 7th of February 2012. Ligorio, S. Grand, E. Martina, L. 2008. Review of epidemiological studies of cancer risk among Gulf War and Balkans veterans. Epidemiologia e Prevention. 32, 3, number 3, 145-155. Mid 18,828,552. Paragallo, M. S. Urbano, F. Sanicola, G. Lister, F. Vetchan, A. 2011. Cancer incidence in the military. An update. Epidemiologia e Prevention. 35, 5, 6, number 5, 6. 339-345. Mid 22,166,781. TIE excessive reported cases for this malignancy, lymphoma, in 2001 to 2002 was probably due to a peak that occurred in 2000 among the whole military. It is therefore unrelated to deployment in the Balkans, and probably represents a chance event. Palmer, T. C. Hogan, J. B. Benson, K. A. Landea, M. R. February 1998. Toxicological evaluation of depleted uranium in rats. 6-month evaluation point. PDF. Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute. A free special publication 98-1. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 7th of February 2012. Bordyuchenko, A. September 2002. Military medical aspects of depleted uranium munitions. PDF. ADF Health. 3. Archived, PDF, from the original in the 9th of October 2022. Nufa, Elizabeth, the 26th of January 2003. Iraqis trace surge in cancer to US bombings. Archived the 2nd of September 2013 at the Wayback Machine Boston Globe. Page, A11 section, National, Foreign. Johnson, Larry, the 12th of November 2002. Iraqi cancers, birth defects blamed on US depleted uranium. Archived the 20th of November 2008 at the Wayback Machine Seattle Post-Intelligencer. Retrieved the 25th of January 2009. McShee, Ron, the 14th of January 2001. Depleted uranium, the horrific legacy of Basra. Sunday Herald. Scotland. Archived from the original in the 27th of May 2013. Retrieved the 15th of February 2013. WHO data, 2004 inches. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. Doctors Gulf War studies link cancer to depleted uranium. The New York Times. The 29th of January 2001. Mozinski 2003. Support the Basra Epidemiological Study, International Coalition to Ban Uranium Weapons. Mantlero depleted uranium legal aspects. Italy 2009 to 2011, the 7th of May 2011. Busby, C. Hamden, M. Ariabi, E. July 2010. Cancer, infant mortality and birth-sex ratio in Fallujah, Iraq 2005 to 2009. Int J. Environries Public Health. 7. 2828 37. doi:10.3390/IGF 7072828. PMC 2,922,729. Mid 20,717,542. Caputi, Ross, the 25th of October 2012. The victims of Fallujah's health crisis are stifled by Western silence. The Guardian. Retrieved the 29th of August 2013. Report of the WHO's depleted uranium mission to Kosovo. PDF 123 kilobits, 22 the 31st of January 2001. Simons, Marlies, the 7th of January 2001. Radiation from Balkan bombing alarms Europe. The New York Times. Low-level decontamination found in Bosnia and Herzegovina. UNEP calls for precaution. United Nations Environment Programme, the 25th of March 2003. Retrieved the 25th of January 2009. D. Lella, L. A. Nanoni, F. Pratano, G. Ricabono, F. 2005. Uranium contents and atom ratios in soil and earthworms in western Kosovo after the 1999 war. Science of the Total Environment. 337, 1, 3, 109, 118. Bib code :2005 skn.337.190. doi :10.10.1016/j.sitterton.2004.07.001. Mid 15,626,383. Gokinin, Sonia, the 11th of December 2019. Moscow, Serbian media appear to mislead with claims about cancer fight, NATO bombings. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Retrieved the 20th of January 2023. Gokinin, Sonia, the 25th of March 2019. Serbian accusation lingers of link between NATO bombing, health woes. Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Retrieved the 4th of September 2019. US jets fired radioactive bullets near Okinawa. CNN. The 10th of February 1997. Retrieved the 23rd of May 2019. Albrisi, Emma. The 29th of January 2019. Secret Sardinia. Foreign correspondent. Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Retrieved the 29th of January 2019. Durakovic, A. 2005. The quantitative analysis of uranium isotopes in the urine of the civilian population of eastern Afghanistan after Operation Enduring Freedom. Military Medicine. 170, 4, 277 284. doi :10.7205/milm.170.4.277. Mid 15,916,293. Mark Meyer, B. The 13th of October 1989. Rumscheidebschers MIT Folgen. Zeitung, Taz, in German. Pages 1 to 2. ISSN 09319085. Retrieved the 14th of January 2021. Rumscheid, Stabkindwegen Universitäten. Der Spiegel, in German. The 13th of January 2001. Retrieved the 14th of January 2021. Zeitung, Westdeutsche, the 8th of December 2008. Flugzeugabsturz in Remscheid 1988, Der Skogsitzdimmer Taif. Westdeutsche Zeitung, in German. Retrieved the 14th of January 2021. A review of the scientific literature as it pertains to Gulf War illnesses. RAND report, 1999 inches. Ost.mil. Bernard D. Rostka, depleted uranium, a case study of good and evil. RAND Corporation. MC Laughlin, James P. Woligoski, Michael P. R. 2001. Depleted uranium, a health, environmental or societal issue. PDF. Archive of Oncology. 9, 4, 213. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 20th of March 2012. NATO press conference on depleted uranium. NATO.int. Retrieved the 4th of September 2013. Military medical aspects of depleted uranium munitions, archived the 19th of July 2015 at the Wayback Machine. Stone, Richard, the 13th of September 2002. Environmental radioactivity. New findings allay concerns over depleted uranium. Science. 297, 5588, 1801. doi:10.1001.science.297.5588.1801. Mid 12,228,701. S2 SID 128,852,045. ERE a depleted uranium fact sheet. Archived from the original in the 18th of March 2010. An analysis of uranium dispersal and health effects using a Gulf War case study, archived the 4th of February 2012 at the Wayback Machine. Albert C. Marshall, Sandia National Laboratories. Marshall, A. C. 2007. Gulf War depleted uranium risks. Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology. 18, 1, 95 108. doi:10.1038/sj.7500551. Made 17,299,528. Williams, Die, October 2008. Under the Radar, Identifying Third-Generation Uranium Weapons, PDF. Disarmament Forum. United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. 3, 1920. Archived from the original, PDF, on the 21st of March 2012. Busby, C. and Morgan, S. 2006. Did the use of uranium weapons in Gulf War II result in contamination of Europe? Evidence from the measurements of the Atomic Weapons Establishment, Aldermaston, Aberystwyth, Green Audit, Science for Democratic Action. Institute for Energy and Environmental Research. July 1996. Cited sources. Sheraton, Fred, 2006. Gulf War symptoms do not constitute a syndrome. BMJ. 333, 7569, 618. doi:10.1133.7569.618b. St 40,700,302. PMC 1,570,822. Mid 16,990,302. Greenberg, Neil, Iverson, Amy C., Unwin, Catherine, Hal, L., Wesley, S. 2004. Screening for depleted uranium in the United Kingdom Armed Forces. Who wants it and why? Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health. 58, 7, 558, 561. doi:10.1136/jack.2003.0144142. PMC 1,732,813. Mid 15,194,715. Mozinski, Peter, 2003. Royal Society warns of risks from depleted uranium. BMJ 326 7396 952 doi colon 10.1136 slash BMJ dot 326.7396.952 to 25,454,350 PMC 1,125,878 mid 12,727,744 Mold, Richard F. 2001. Radiation dose from depleted uranium can now be measured. BMJ 322, 7,290, 865, 866. Doi colon 10.1136 slash BMJ dot 322.7290.865 slash A to 25,466,697 PMC 1,120,031 mid 11,321,019 S2 SID 683,662 Royal Society Working Group on the Health Hazards of Depleted Uranium Munitions, 2002. The Health Hazards of Depleted Uranium Munitions, Part 2, Report. London, The Royal Society. Further reading. Brown, Mark, 2006. Toxicological Assessments of Gulf War Veterans. Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. 361, 1468, 649 679 doi colon 10.1098 slash rstb.2006.1825 to 20,209,668 PMC 1,569,627 mid 16,687,269 Dorsey, Carrie D, Ingelhart, Susan M, Squibb, Catherine S, McDiarmid, Melissa A. 2009. Biological Monitoring for Depleted Uranium Exposure in U.S. Veterans. Environmental Health Perspectives. 117, 6, 953 956. Doi colon 10.1289 slash ep.08000413 to 25,549,605 PMC 2,702,412 mid 19,590,689 Fetter, Steve, von Hippel, Frank N. 1999. The Hazard Posed by Depleted Uranium Munitions, PDF. Science and Global Security. 8, 2, 125-161. Doi colon 10.102892988008426473. ISSN 0892900882. S2 SID 122,678,543. Royal Society Working Group on the Health Hazards of Depleted Uranium Munitions, 2001. The Health Hazards of Depleted Uranium Munitions, Part 1, Report. London, The Royal Society. 2002b. The Health Effects of Depleted Uranium Munitions, a Summary. Journal of Radiological Protection. 22, 2, 131-139. Bib code colon 2002 JRP.22.131T. Doi colon 10.101809524746 slash 22 slash 2 slash 301. Mid 12,148,788. S2 SID 250,798,819. Squibb, Catherine S. McDiarmid, Melissa A. 2006. Depleted uranium exposure and health effects in Gulf War veterans. Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. 361, 1468, 639 648. doi:10.1000.rstb.2006.1823. To 20,209,667. PMC 1,569,622. PMIT 16,687,268. External links. Look up depleted uranium in Wiktionary, the free dictionary. Wikimedia Commons is media related to depleted uranium. Scientific bodies. U.S. Health Physics Society. United Nations. Human rights and weapons of mass destruction, or with indiscriminate effect, or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, the UN 2002 report. Depleted uranium and the IAEA. Scientific reports. Case studies in environmental medicine. Uranium toxicity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina, post-conflict assessment archived the 25th of February 2012 at the Wayback Machine by UN Environment Programme. Radiological conditions in areas of Kuwait with residues of depleted uranium by International Atomic Energy Agency. Technical report on capacity building for the assessment of depleted uranium in Iraq archived the 9th of March 2012 at the Wayback Machine by UN Environment Programme. A review of the scientific literature as it pertains to Gulf War illnesses by RAND. Depleted uranium article from the Royal Society, archived. An analysis of uranium dispersal and health effects using a Gulf War case study by Sandia National Laboratories. Depleted uranium human health fact sheet by Argonne National Laboratory Environmental Assessment Division. Depleted uranium, normative value pilot study. Levels of uranium in urine samples from the general population archived the 26th of July 2011 at the Wayback Machine by Jones, B.G. Miller, S. Walker, J. Anderson, Ap Colvin, Par Hutchison, California Suter. IAM Research Report trademark/05/03. A normative study of levels of uranium in the urine of personnel in the British Forces archived the 26th of July 2011 at the Wayback Machine by B.G. Miller, Ap Colvin, Par Hutchison, H. Tate, S. Dempsey, D. Lewis, California Suter. IAM Research Report trademark/05/08. Opinion on the environmental and health risks posed by depleted uranium by the Scientific Committee on Health and Environmental Risks, SCA.